30 seconds.
I'm at the kids' table.
Now you know what it's like.
I'm going to call to order the 4:30 p.m. closed session adjourned meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalajedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. There's no one in the audience here. Is there anybody online who would like to speak to closed session items and non-agenda items?
There are no attendees on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, before we recess, can you read off what we'll be talking about, please?
Oh, yes. And then you said for no or non-agenda items, but for agenda items, there is one e-comment for
okay.
F5, yes.
Okay.
And then, yes, as authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F3 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case for F1 is Worley Corteza versus City of Redondo Beach, Quality Seafood, Inc., BC Urban, LLC, and Does 1 to 25, case number 25-TRCV-00066. For item F2, the name of the case is Marcia St. Laurent versus City of Redondo Beach, Howard E. Wood, Susan C. Wood, the H.S. Wood Family Trust, and Does 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 25-TRCV-01441. For F3, the name of the case is Philip Mack versus City of Redondo Beach, and Does 1 through 20 inclusive, case number 24-TRCV-03382. Item F4 is under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator, and the properties are 100 International Boardwalk and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. And item F5 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, and the name of the case is Faraz Adamo, an individual, Manhattan Beach Smoke Shop, Inc., a California corporation, versus City of Redondo Beach, Jim Light, an individual, and Does 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 26-STCP-01367. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F3, we will have outside legal counsel Joshua Dale. For item F4, we will be joined by Acting Waterfront and Economic Development Director Catherine Buck, along with outside legal counsel John Getz. And then for item F5, we will have our internal legal counsel on the matter, Alina Hashmi, assisting.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're going to recess to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any reportable actions and to start the regular open session. Thank you very much. Open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. City Manager Witsansky, do we have anything to report from closed session?
No items this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor White.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, would you please rise to be recognized for your service? Nobody tonight? Okay. So I'd like to call up Caden, who will lead us in the pledge. After Caden's done, please remain standing for a moment of silence after the Pledge of Allegiance. Caden, the floor is all yours. Oh, would everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Caden. I'm a 5th grade at Washington Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math, and I love to go to the farmer's market in Redondo Beach. Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Caden, come on up and get a picture with the council. You did a great job. I like the leadership t-shirt too.
Way to go.
Good job, Kaden.
Now get a picture with the council. Okay, now the family.
Come up for a photo?
Oh, yeah, you can get one.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right, everybody. Now everybody.
Thanks for coming.
Rich.
You have to be in order of height.
Who's standing behind you?
Right.
And okay.
Well, thank you.
Well done. And on the heels of that, I'm going to do a shameless request for any of the youth out there who are interested in performing the way Caden did and leading us in the pledge. Simply sign up on our website, redondo.org/youth pledge program, right there on the screen. So thanks again, Caden, and would love to have more kids come down. This is our favorite part of the city council meeting. The rest is all dragged. I'm kidding. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going down, if you're following along, presentations, proclamations, announcements, AB 1, 2, 3, 4, travel expense reports. I have no presentations or proclamations tonight. Would like to say, we're just coming off the heels of a great weekend of beach life. Had a little anomaly there with a phoned-in threat, and I thank the PD. I'd like to thank the PD and our first responders for the great response to that, taking it seriously, making sure the safety of the public was our first concern. And also, I think the beach life guys took that seriously too, because the threat wasn't against beach life itself, but they took it seriously and expanded to make sure that that was safe when they opened it up. And I'd like to thank the city for adapting the hours to match the delay caused by that. My announcements, I will be doing a public state of the city on the 20th. Open to the public from 5 to 7. It will be in the library here. So it'll be a more relaxed environment than the breakfast one put on by the chamber. Hopefully some give and take on there. So please, if you weren't able to attend the breakfast one, come on down and hear the state of the city, and we can have some good discussions. Also, as my first act as the regional, our regional representative, the Southern California Association of Governments, I'll be heading out to their General Assembly on Thursday in Palm Springs, so I'll report out on that. That's all I had tonight. Councilmember Barrett, do you want to go first tonight?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. Two things. First, wanted to recognize we had really a terrific event last night, the Pillars of Public Safety, Part 3, and Joy Ford and her staff were there. It was very well received, very interesting, educational, and really inspiring for the work that Ms. Ford and her staff do on behalf of the city. So thank you for doing that. And we do have one final Pillars of Public Safety event, and then we're closing the books. This will be the last one. It's going to be a big act to follow. We've had 3 great events, PD, Fire Department, City Attorney's Office. With that said, on behalf of myself and Councilmember Zain Obaji, June 4th, Monday, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center for our 4th and final guest of the Pillars of Public Safety event.
Make them wait. They're anticipating.
Could it be?
Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman will be joining us. He will be speaking to the criminal threats, unfortunately, in our county, the efforts being made by our district attorney's office, the partnership they've established with our city attorney's office, what to expect, how to prepare, how to stay safe, and really so much more. So please join us Monday, June 4th, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Everybody's welcome, and refreshments will be served. So hope to see you then. Thank you.
Don't miss it.
Will he talk about their diligent investigation into David or D4VD?
Stay tuned.
All right.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
First, I also want to echo the thanks that Councilmember Barrett expressed to our city attorney and city prosecutors who came out with great stories and a lot of information and education. And I also want to thank what our mayor said, express gratitude to our fire department and police officers for being out there all weekend long, working the long hours, and working diligently, even if it was going to make some folks uncomfortable to keep beach life closed in the morning, to be sure that everybody would come to a safe environment in Redondo Beach. And turning out in force, I saw them for the first time in the middle of the crowd on Sunday, just showing their presence there and standing for hours on end and roaming around with canine dogs to both keep everybody safe and show everybody that they're being kept safe. So thank you to our police department for that robust response. I also want to congratulate Alan Sanford and the Beach Light Festival because I probably say this every time. I only got to go for a couple hours each day, but it was one of the best beach light festivals I've ever been to. Offspring, I wasn't expecting a whole lot from them, but they just blew the lid off of Redondo Beach on Saturday night. It was phenomenal and powerful. And what else? I think the farmers market is having its grand opening or ribbon cutting at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, and it's continued to be a huge success. So please come down and celebrate that. Please do try to walk to the farmers market if you can. Otherwise, park somewhere along Artesia Boulevard. And finally, I want to encourage everybody, I just filled out my ballot. Please vote in Redondo Beach. I know, and I've heard from people, and I also experienced it myself, the ballot is overwhelming with the number of choices that there are. But please get educated on those offices that you care about. I'd say some of the most important offices to you right now are your state assembly and state senate offices because they're open for the first time in 12 years, open seats. So we're going to get a new representative in both those offices. Please do your diligence and mark your ballot in those fields. And then you can always leave other contests blank if you just haven't been able to do your diligence on them. And that's it. Please do vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councilmember Kalajovic.
Yes, I have a few. I was really pleased to participate in Arbor Day tree planting at Ensenada Parkette. We planted 5 crepe myrtle trees. We had requests from residents at that parkette for more shade, so this was a perfect collaboration. I want to really thank our Public Works team, Mark Garlock, Nilton and Juan from our Public Works team. I had to, I guess, be like Vanna in planting a tree, and they made it easy, so thank you. And now we're going to have a lot more shade at that parkette, and I'll be amending my BRR that's at that parkette later. Also, Redondo's 134th birthday was at Dominguez Park. Unfortunately, the mayor was not able to attend, and Mayor Pro Tem was also unable. And I was very happy to welcome folks to Dominguez Park to celebrate. I want to shout out the Historical Society. They brought cake. North Redondo, the NRB Farmers Market was there, and PD with the popcorn, fire department with a great flag presentation, thank you. I have some fun ideas for how to bring some folks out for that. It might involve throwing a pie at a council member. I think we could get some people out there for that.
Is that why the mayor didn't come?
That might be why the mayor didn't come. I also attended the first South Bay Housing Trust meeting. We went over bylaws, the structure of La Casa, which is the major funding source at this time, and we're just really understanding how that sustained revenue will be implemented through our region. And I also attended an Affordable Housing 101 meeting yesterday, just learning what to look out for, what to look for in affordable housing projects. Most of the conversation was centered around projects that are 100% affordable. That is not currently what we're seeing happening in Redondo Beach, but still very educational, but it highlighted something that I think we do need to look for in advocating for funds and resources to understand what our affordable housing stock is here so that we can maintain it, because I think things are falling through the cracks, and otherwise we're just adding more density and not affordability, and we can do better. And lastly, I have 2 upcoming community meetings that I will be hosting. One is Wednesday, May 13th at 6 p.m. at Fulton Playfield. It will be centered around the project, the filtration project that we are about to kick off there. And we will have our city engineer, Lauren Sablon, there. And we will be at the Playfield, so that's where the meeting will be. And the second meeting, following on the pillars of safety, public safety, I'm building on pillars of community safety, and I will be hosting a meeting at Jefferson Elementary School. We'll be discussing our crossing guard program, potential changes. All are welcome. It will be at Jefferson Elementary, Wednesday, May 20th, 6:30 at the cafeteria. And that is all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one thing that I'd like to mention. Again, in District 2, we hosted Beach Life this weekend, and it was a very smooth and successful event. But what I wanted to point out is the threat that was made Sunday morning and the response of our fire department and police department, and how easily all the training came into play, and all of the planning that came into effect for the Beach Life concert itself made that effort go smoothly. And then adjusting the show to fit that, working together with Alan Sanford's team, the whole Beach Life team, their security, the additional police departments that had come in to help with the concert. Everything went smoothly. And we talk about, our first class, our class 1 fire department and our top class police department, but to actually see that in action and everyone make sure that all of our people and visitors were safe. That was incredible to watch. So just wanted to give them all a big thank you. And it was great to see that in action. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. Duplicate the comments on Beach Life and our first responders as well. Last week, I took Beach Cities Transit up to see the farmers market. It's not bad as long as you remember which stops to get off on and which stops to get back on. I did take a little adventure because it was my first time going up there, but
Way up north.
all the way. I ended up taking the entire route by the time I did it.
Wear your winter jacket and mucklucks.
But if you pay attention and pay attention to the schedule and pay attention to the exits, it's probably from South Redondo up there. It's a 20, 25-minute ride. It's not bad. I also attended the Clean Power Alliance solar celebration in Carson. They opened up their 6th solar facility. It's a rooftop solar in Carson. It's about a megawatt facility there on the top of a Prologis building. This is the 10th Power Ready project by Clean Power Alliance, the 6th in Carson. So Carson's got a lot of warehouses, a lot of space for that. So Clean Power Alliance has 9.4 megawatts total that they've done in this. And some of the benefits go directly to the community. Carson City Hall should be saving about $75,000 a year in their electricity costs from having this project. I also attended the Water Replenishment District's Groundwater Festival on Saturday, I believe it was. I got to meet Rob Catherman, who is our regional director there, and see if we can do some coordination. We're going to go meet for coffee sometime in the next week or so. And then next week, I will be missing the city council meeting. I will be in Sacramento at the Cal CCA conference, which is the conference for community choice aggregators. That's part of my responsibilities as director of Clean Power Alliance. It's the 10th conference they've had. Clean Power Alliance is the largest community choice aggregator in California, and I would not be surprised if that makes us the largest in the country. If there are, I don't know. I don't know about other states, but for the largest in California, and California is a big state, we've grown quite a bit. All of Ventura County and a very large percentage of Los Angeles County are involved with that. Obviously not the city of Los Angeles, but many of the cities in the city of Los Angeles. And then lots of ribbon cuttings. Wednesday, the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market at 2:30. Also Wednesday, South Bay Artist Studio at 4 p.m. And Thursday, Gray's Craze at 3:30 p.m. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. So we're passing all the District 1 stuff next council meeting, right? Oh, he's gone. Okay, thank you. So jumping down to item E, approve the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to change the order of the agenda? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of agenda as published?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Let's see, going down to item G, do we have any blue folder items for this evening?
We need to go to the Community Financing Authority.
F.
Okay. So I can, sorry about that. Can I get a motion to recess to the Community Financing Authority?
Move to recess to the Community Financing Authority.
Second?
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, I'll call the meeting to order for the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller.
Present.
Member Castle.
Here?
Member Kalut-Dedovich.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Thank you. Do we have any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
None, sorry. Like,
Okay, consent calendar, we have items C1 through C4. Would any member of the council wish to pull any of the consent calendar items? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar C1 through C4.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before I call the vote. Does any member of the public wish to address items C1 through C4 on the Community Financing Authority? Okay, none in the audience. Anyone online?
None online and no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. So I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, C1 through C4 passes unanimously. Jumping down to item E, public participation on non-agenda items. This is for the Community Financing Authority. You would get 3 minutes to speak. Each speaker can speak only once. Do we have any written requests?
None.
Okay, anyone from the audience wish to address the Financing Authority? Anyone online?
None.
Okay,
Or no e-comments.
so with that, let's see, any referrals to staff?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn back to the regular city council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. The next meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority will be a regular meeting to be held around 6 p.m. on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026, right here in City Council chambers. So going back to the regular agenda, could I get a roll call, please? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we adjourned. So yeah, can I get a roll call, please, to go back to the regular meeting?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, now do we have any blue folder items on the open session?
Yes. Let's see. We have H6 agreement with Gold Coast Partners, Inc. You should have received a couple of revised agreements. H10 City Engineers Report for the fiscal year 2026-2027 Street Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District, Public Communications. H17 Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding with Housing Empowerment, Recovery, and Outreach, Community Services. Signed agreement to MOU with Hero. H18 Submit a grant application to the California Commission for Behavioral Health. Public Communications. J1 not public participation, non-agenda items. Public Communications. L1 the public hearing amendments to the city's certified 2021-2029 sixth cycle housing element. Public Communications. And N1 related to the proposed modifications to the city's crossing guard program, correctly formatted data tables. And that's it. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file all the blue folder items?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now to the consent calendar, which is items H1 through H18. I do have a request from two of the council to pull H11. Does anyone else, would anyone else on the council wish to pull any of the other items? Okay, seeing none, I will take a motion to approve H1 through H18 with the exception of H11, which we'll be discussing later.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I call the vote, does any member of the public wish to address the council on items H1 through H18 with the exception of H11? Okay, no one's in the audience. Anyone online?
I have a hand raised. I'm not sure if this is the item. Let's see. Tracy McLean.
Are you there?
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, I'm actually for H11.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay,
I
so
didn't know
we'll
that.
wait till
Okay,
we
hold
get
on
to
one
that.
second. We'll get back to you. Okay.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, I will call the vote then on consent calendar items H1 through H18 excluding H11. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Okay. So before that, I did have some e-comments. H9, 1, H10, 1 opposed, H18, 1 opposed, just for the record.
Okay.
Okay, so we have quite a few resolutions. H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2605-023, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to CalMex Engineering, Inc., a California corporation in the amount of $3,477,163.25 for the residential street rehabilitation project, Cycle 2, Phase 5, job number 40190. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2605-024, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to order the maintenance and improvements of certain street lighting fixtures, appurtenances, and landscape areas for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, and setting a time and date for the public protest hearing. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2605-025, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of Information Technology Operations Supervisor. We have one more. H18, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2605-026 of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, directing staff to submit a grant application to the California Commission for Behavioral Health for the Innovation Partnership Fund to support mental health and substance use disorder services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and related documents and amendments necessary to implement the grant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Going down to item I, we did get pulled H11 for the excluded consent calendar items. H11 is regarding the removal of a stop sign on South Irena Avenue. Which one of you would like to start? Okay, yeah. Councilmember Waller, you have the floor.
I've knocked on the doors and spoken to almost all the residents along Opal. And I know a number of them are here and or online. And so I think I would like to open this up, if possible, to hear the public and hear what they have to say before we then ask questions of the traffic engineer, so that it can help direct the questions a little bit based on what we're hearing from the public. But I can tell you, none of the people I spoke with object to the measures that were proposed. They only objected to the stop sign being removed. I've spoken to the traffic engineer, and I do understand his reasoning for removing the stop sign, but I'd like to hear the concerns from the public, let them air their concerns here, get the responses from the engineer, and then have discussion instead of discussing it and then having the public talk to us.
Okay, before we do that, Councilmember Castle, anything you'd like to say?
No, I'd like to.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
Might we start with Senior Traffic Engineer Ryan Liu's presentation or comments or opinion on the whole matter?
That'd be fine.
Please,
yes.
Expertise. Okay.
Yes, I can start on my presentation.
Okay, great.
So the item before you tonight is to remove the northbound Irena stop sign on Opal Street. That's the one that's circled in this red circle down here. As an overview, here's Torrance Boulevard going east-west, Irena going north-south, and Opal Street going east-west. It's an intersection very close to Torrance Boulevard. This whole thing came up from a traffic calming request from a member of the public in the area. We brought this forward to the commission to remove the stop sign and to implement traffic calming treatments. The commission was in support of the traffic calming treatments. We have those delivered and are ready to move on those, but we're waiting for City Council to approve the removal of the stop sign, and we'll discuss more on the reasoning behind it. Just some background and additional history of why the stop signs there are there to begin with is that in 1973, the council voted to affirm that Opal and Irena should remain a two-way stop where the stop signs are on Irena. So that means northbound and southbound Irena having stop signs. It's quite unusual because right now there's only a stop sign in a northbound direction, not the southbound direction. This next slide shows what the streets used to look like in the area. This was back in 1916. The entire alignment of Torrance Boulevard was actually named Opal Street and continued east right at Irena Avenue through onto Opal Street. Opal Street was as wide as Torrance Boulevard back then. And so those were the conditions back in the early 1900s. Fast forwarding to 1986, this was after the City Council affirmed to keep the northbound and southbound stop signs. Torrance Boulevard was widened in 1986, 1987. The yellow lines here represent the old curbs. And so you can see the old width of Torrance Boulevard and the existing width of Opal Street was about the same. If you were driving east on Torrance, you could just zoom onto Opal Street, and at that time, there were no stop signs on Opal Street at all, which was the reason why there were northbound and southbound stop signs on Irena Avenue. When Torrance Boulevard was widened and these yellow marked curbs were taken away, the city vacated the land at the southwest corner of Irena and Torrance, and most likely removed the southbound stop sign, but did not address the northbound stop sign at that time. So the street conditions are drastically different than when they were from the early 1900s all the way up into the 80s, and arguably should have been addressed at that time, but here we are now. In 1988, the City Council approved the westbound Opal Street stop sign and did not address anything else on Irena. And that is the scenario that we have today. These pictures show, this one over on the left here shows Irena. Before that existing stop sign at Opal Street, there is a cross gutter where almost every driver needs to slow down to about 15 miles per hour or less. And only 150 feet to the north is the stop sign. And then after the stop sign at Opal, there's that next stop sign at Torrance Boulevard is only 95 feet away. And so if you're a driver, you're slowing down to 15 miles per hour or less for the dip, then having to slow down again for the stop sign, and then a subsequent stop sign just 95 feet away. We predict that if this stop sign is removed at Opal Street, it would have minimal effect on the speeds on on Irena, because there's a subsequent stop sign just less than 100 feet away. We also looked at the visibility at this intersection, and we do not see any line of sight obstructions from Opal Street that would necessitate the need for a northbound stop sign at Irena, like we typically evaluate in our stop sign requests. One of the reasons why we want to remove this northbound stop sign is because it's very unusual. This Irena and Opal is a T intersection. At most T intersections, the convention is that drivers on the through running street do not have to stop. It's usually the drivers on the street that's ending has to stop and give way for drivers on the through street. The original traffic calming request we got was that drivers were, making this very fast turn from Torrance Boulevard, either in the red or green lines, where they were cutting across the center line and potentially going the wrong way on Opal Street. A part of that is because the southbound traffic on Irena does not have to stop at all. So if you're going south on Irena coming from Torrance, and you're coming from a higher speed environment, that left turn movement does not have to yield to any other approach. All the northbound and the westbound traffic has to yield to both the throughs and the lefts from Irena, which can encourage higher speed turns from Irena. So that's one of the reasons why we're proposing to remove the stop sign, is just to make this intersection more conventional, more like other T intersections in the city, and to remove a very closely spaced stop sign on Irena. We do not think there will be a big effect on the speeds due to the drainage ditch and the subsequent stop sign at Torrance Boulevard. For the council's information, these are the traffic calming measures we're proposing at this intersection. So we are proposing a center line hardening, so to prevent drivers from cutting across the center line to make those turns more slowly, as well as additional bumps on the Opal approach so that this right turn from Torrance Boulevard is made at an appropriate speed, and the left turn onto Opal Street is also made with an appropriate speed. If the stop sign is removed, they would also have to yield to that northbound traffic, which then forces them to actually pay attention and look for that. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and take public comment.
Okay, I see no questions, so I'm going to...
Do you want to ask any questions of Ryan first, or hear from the public first?
We can hear from the public first.
Okay, so we're going to hear from the public. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Do we have any cards?
I have no cards.
None. Okay, any member of the public in the audience here wish to address this item?
And there was a woman online.
Looks like no. Anyone online?
Yes. I have Tracy McLean.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Tracy McLean.
Okay, Tracy, can you hear us? Hi.
Yes, this is Tracy McClay.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So first of all, I wanted to request, could you guys read the comments that were left online? It looks like there are about 9 comments on this issue.
We don't read the comments.
We don't read them off.
We have
don't read
access. We have access.
We
to
have
them.
access to them.
Okay. So again, 9 comments, all left today, about this particular issue. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Liu and to Mr. Waller and everybody on the commission. I do appreciate that they took into consideration the request that was made by one of our neighbors. Unfortunately, I feel like the request and the spirit of the request has been missed. The original proposal was to make Opal a dead end or a cul-de-sac because of cars whipping around the corner off of Torrance Boulevard into our little neighborhood. That's literally 7 houses on this little tiny block. So essentially the original request was to dead end or cul-de-sac it. The response from the city proposed 2 things, the hardening measures and the removal of the stop sign. We all met in March. We all came forward. We said, hey, we love the hardening. The hardening's great. Thanks so much. Really enjoy that. Think that'll be great. Don't agree with the stop sign. Worried about the stop sign. And then we were just told, we don't care. We're voting for it anyway. It left a very bad taste in the mouth of everybody who came to speak to the meeting, just to let you know. So I think that at the end of the day, what Mr. Liu is considering, because again, he's a traffic engineer, is cars. I don't care about cars. I don't care about cars going faster through my neighborhood. What I care about are the pedestrians, the children, specifically the children on all the street. We have so many children on the street. My child is like right next to me right now. We care about slowing things down. I don't see how removing a stop sign would slow things down. I understand that it's an unusual configuration or what have you. I think that the stop sign is warranted because, again, there's a slight hill there. And what people do is they go over to the Irina stop sign in order to cross the street, in order to cross from Opal onto Irina over onto Torrance to get across the street there. Because crossing at Torrance is terrifying, okay? Because there you can't see people coming up the hill. You at least have the stop sign to know that they're at least gonna probably-
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the next person is Christopher Otwell.
Okay, Christopher, you've got the con.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, well, I'm going to support Tracy in pretty much what you said. And I also want to say I find it a little disparaging that you don't read the comments because you're probably going to make a decision on this without seeing the thought that's been put into the comments that people have submitted. So I would encourage that. So I'm going to reflect a little bit on my personal comment. I support what she says. And as for what Mr. Liu said, this all sounds like a lot of hopium. Like this is what drivers would do. This is a unique intersection, and I understand that. But why should we try to homogenize it and make it work like other intersections? One of the things that Tracy brought up, which is very key, is the pedestrians. This is very much a walking street with people walking dogs and kids and strollers all the time. And as for people like slowing down because there's a rain gutter, well, that's a lot of what we call hopium. I hope people are doing that. That's not reality. It's like people that are coming off of Torrance are speeding fast. So I think if you remove that stop sign, you're just opening the gates to a complication of people coming off of Torrance, turning north, east onto Opal, and cars that are coming up from Irina heading north are not going to stop. And that intersection where that stop sign is where all this foot traffic, all these people I just mentioned, walking their dogs, walking their kids, just out for a stroll, are crossing right there at Irina and Opal. They are not going over to Torrance to cross. So if you remove that, you're also removing a safe place for people to cross over from walking down west on Opal and crossing Irina. I just think this is an overthought situation of how things should be in comparison to how the real world is going to work and react to this. In my comments, I mentioned, I've been here over 10 years. There's never been an accident on this corner, fortunately. I think once you remove that stop sign, those kind of statistics are going to change. Because one, people have been ingrained in what they've been doing. They've lived here for years and years and years to how they drive in this intersection. And secondly, if new people are following the removal of stop sign and someone's coming with old muscle memory, you're going to start having accidents here. And you're not going to have a safe place for people to cross Irina from Opal without walking out of their way to go to Torrance Boulevard. I think that's about it. And I'll let someone else speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hands raised. Yeah, okay, and then I have e-comments. I have, for H11, I have 8 opposed, 1 had a double. So that's what I have. Oh, here's one more. Greg McLean.
You there, Greg?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry. I'm in my car. And are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I appreciate your taking the comments. Yeah, I did submit an online comment in the hopes that it would be read here. But just to kind of briefly, I think I would like to propose that if the decision not be made tonight, if the council is leaning towards yes, removing the stop sign, because I think that the amount of public comment maybe hasn't been sufficient. And honestly, I feel like just logically thinking about it, if you're going to remove a stop sign, the burden of proof should be on why it's better to remove the stop sign. And again, the rationale given, I think was, there's some reasonableness to it. But if you go to that intersection and look at it, I don't see how you improve things by removing the stop sign. The only thing, again, you might improve is you might save a driver half a second because they don't slow down there, but it does put pedestrians at risk. And I don't see why a traffic calming effort should remove a stop sign. There should be a very high burden of proof to remove a stop sign. And I don't feel that the traffic engineer has met a very high burden of proof as to why it would be actually better or safer. I'd love to see, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's worth spending the money on a study, but again, to remove a stop sign, you should probably do a study. So I think the default should be keep it there. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's it for this item.
Okay. Do you have any response to that statement?
I would say that this is our study. We have performed a study here. One of the high burden of proof is that it's very unusual for a T intersection where the road the street that is continuing only has a stop sign in one direction. It's quite unusual where if you're on Irina, you're the street that's going through, the Opal Street is terminating. Why doesn't southbound Irina have a stop sign either, but only northbound Irina does? And so what we're trying to do here is make this intersection more consistent with other intersections. I know one of the members of the public didn't want this intersection to be consistent, but that's our job as traffic engineers, is to make our streets consistent for the traveling public so that we're seeing similar features at similar intersections. We're not seeing drastically different types of setups. And this, in my opinion, is a scenario that is highly unique, very unusual, and probably should have been addressed in the 80s when Torrance Boulevard was realigned. I think the original justification for those stop signs on Irina were because of the way Torrance Boulevard traveled straight into Opal Street, and Opal Street was a through running street from Torrance Boulevard all the way to Prospect. But those conditions are no longer there. And I believe that stop sign should have been addressed at that time. So
Okay, I think
now we're
got
addressing
that.
it.
Can you throw up the drawing?
Sure. Could you
Page
show
7.
my screen?
Oh, sorry.
So what about the comment about crossing? I think they were talking about crossing from Opal across Irina. as pedestrians. And they say they don't go up to Torrance Boulevard, so I assume they're talking about going across on that south end.
Yes, I think they're discussing that, when they cross Irina down here, it's less busy, a less shorter crossing than crossing at Torrance Boulevard. I totally believe all of that. There's enough visibility at this intersection. The car traffic is not very high. We believe that, just like any intersection that's not marked, it is an existing crosswalk here. I will say that on the other side of the street, there is no ramp and there is no sidewalk. There's a missing gap in the sidewalk here. And, whatever we do here, whether we keep or remove the stop sign here, there's still free flow traffic coming south on Irina as well. But I think what matters here more is just making this intersection more consistent.
Okay. So, yeah, but Councilmember Barrett has the floor. We can come back to questions. So,
thank you, Mayor. And I do share and understand the concerns of the residents, including those who've called in and left comments about safety and traffic safety in particular. Yet we have Mr. Ryan Liu here, who is our principal traffic engineer, a person of impeccable credentials, who has thoroughly studied and I think made a compelling objective presentation as to this proposal. Safety is his top priority. He's driven by data, science, engineering, not conjecture. And so I'm perfectly fine with this. I'm actually quite impressed by it and the level of detail. And yes, to some, and myself included, initially it seems counterintuitive. Why would you remove a stop sign? Well, we've learned just now why that is in further detail. And it makes sense. And candidly, it's not something that I would have thought of, but our traffic transportation engineer did. That said, if in the judgment of the District 1 and District 2 council members, they want to keep the stop sign there, and if we're not hearing that keeping it would create a terrible safety situation, then I'm fine with that too. I think it'd be inconsistent with the carefully balanced and calibrated plan that Ryan's put forward, but I'll support that as well if that's what they want to do in their particular corner of town. So that's all, and thank you, Mayor.
thank you, Councilmember Obaji.
So I echo what Councilmember Barrett said. A question for you, Mr. Liu. Are you able to do all this traffic hardening, slow speeds enforcement without the removal of the stop sign?
Yes, that is possible, but removing the stop sign is sort of a minor part of that traffic calming. One of the reasons that, that southbound left turn from Irina to Opal might be taken at speed is because they know everyone else has to stop for them. Right. At a conventional intersection, your left turns have to yield to opposing traffic first.
Okay, thank you for that.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're the mayor.
I was just going to say, I kind of found it interesting that the people who would be turning left there are those 7 occupants of those 7 homes or their guests. So you would think they go in with care. But
people race home. I've seen it. I actually thought the comment you made about the sidewalk not being present there, Irina and Opal on the whatever side of the street this is interesting, because if I heard what one of the commenters said is that they might cross the street here.
That's correct.
Okay, so they would be assisted by a stop sign because they could look to their left and see that a car's not coming, and then kind of get to the middle here, and they know that they got the car stopping there to cross the street there. So agree with what Councilmember Barrett said. We have the best traffic engineer, bar none, in the South Bay, but we're not planning a master plan community here. We're changing our streets, putting in traffic calming for streets where people live and have lived for a long time and have habits. So I would be inclined to listen. I've probably put in more stop signs or asked for more stop signs than anybody and against engineering advice. And I'm not inclined to vote against residents who would like to keep their stop sign, even if it's going to make traffic move in a more conventional manner. If it's going to make people more comfortable, I'd support that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Waller. I'm sorry, Councilmember Castle.
Thank you for the work from our traffic department. I have a couple of issues with the stop sign. So first of all, I walk through this intersection at least twice a day. So going down Opal Street to Torrance Boulevard, crossing right there. One of the concerns that I have, and a lot of your study looks at driving north on Irena, but not from turning from Torrance Boulevard onto Irena, then onto Opal. It's actually a blind turn. There are usually vans and cars parked in that corner lot on the west side of Irena, and you can't see cars coming up Irena from that far back. So, one fear that I have is that you have someone turning off of a fast street towards Boulevard onto Irena, and coming up to a car that's not stopping or slowing down at a stop sign there at that corner. So I would like to keep the stop sign there for that reason. Thank you for the history, because that sort of explains how we ended up with one. When Torrance Boulevard was narrow, that strip between Torrance Boulevard and Opal was longer and more, let's call it more street-like in a traditional T intersection, like you said. And I can see why they took that out, because the length, I guess it's 40 feet on here, is almost too short to have a stop sign, that was historically there on the southbound side of Irena. The other concern that I have is that by and I'm not sure how much this will slow traffic in that intersection, the accidents that I've seen, and there have probably been at least 2 in the last year, are on Torrance Boulevard in Irena. So literally just above this picture. So I'm curious as to how many cars turning off of Torrance Boulevard onto South Irena, if they get stuck in traffic or behind traffic, if that's going to make that transition much more difficult and dangerous for those drivers as well, just on the southbound side. So I would prefer to keep that stop sign there. I think just given the blind nature of the Torrance Boulevard drivers traveling east and turning onto Irena at a higher rate of speed, it would just make that whole intersection safer to keep it there. And then the only other question I had was about I guess it's the installation of low profile speed bump that's right on the avenue, right there in the middle of the intersection. For cars that are turning left on Opal onto South Irena, that would be right in their flow of traffic to turn left on that intersection if that bumper is there in the middle. The short one, not the longer one by Torrance Boulevard.
Yeah, so that's the whole point of that treatment. You mentioned first that the speed of vehicles turning from Torrance Boulevard. Mm-hmm. All of these features here are shown here are to slow down that turn. Mm-hmm. So when we installed the center line hardening on both legs of Irena and Opal and that bump in the middle, mm-hmm. we are strongly encouraging drivers, or actually forcing drivers, to make these turns at a much slower speed so that they do the proper yielding to the opposing through traffic, mm-hmm. and any pedestrians and crosswalks. So I think the experiences that we are seeing today with the faster turns, the faster environment of Torrance Boulevard coming into this area, that would be primarily mitigated by these traffic calming treatments. And the northbound stop sign removal is more so of a cleanup. It does have a minor traffic calming benefit, but it's also cleaning up this intersection.
Okay. And what about the short speed bump there on the word avenue?
Yeah, so that's to force the drivers to actually make that turn around the speed bump and into the receiving lane of Opal Street. Because we are proposing this as a speed bump because if they choose to take that turn at a slightly higher speed, they would have to hit that speed bump, and that would help slow them down.
But if you're turning left from Opal onto South Irena?
That turn can probably be made in front of the speed bump and not over it.
Wow. Okay.
That's a treatment that we're going to be placing in the field. I think we'll be testing it with a couple cones in that area, okay, and our public works trucks to make sure that a turn can still be made. But what we're trying to do here is slow down all the turns and slow down all the drivers.
Okay. Okay. I think I like the traffic calming part of this, but to keep the stop sign, and then, if that goes well, and the stop sign is unnecessary in the future, it's just easy to take out a stop sign versus, putting one back in. That would be my
recommendation.
Okay, is that it?
Yep.
Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. Just one brief comment. We see all the e-comments here and we read them. We just don't read them aloud into the record. So just for clarification, it's not that they are put out there and ignored.
They're part of the record.
They're part of the public record. So what are the negatives of keeping the stop sign there as opposed to removing it?
People who are making that southbound left turn still don't need to yield to northbound traffic. That's runs counter to almost every other T intersection in the city. That's one negative of keeping it there. And the other is also just consistency. That's, as I mentioned before, there's no stop sign on southbound Irena. If there's a stop sign on northbound Irena, and this is made an always stop, I think that would be a different type of discussion. But what we have here is a through street with one side having a stop and not the other. And I cannot name another intersection in this city or even in this region that has a setup like this.
And so obviously if we removed the stop sign, it would be easy to tell if it was less safe if we started to have accidents there, and then we could put it back. If we leave the stop sign, is there anything that we could look at to say, hey, look, things are not working as well as we thought they would, it's now time? What would be the criteria to, in the future, remove the stop sign?
If we see any collisions, between left turn conflicting drivers with the northbound through, that might be a metric we might see, although, we haven't seen any crashes here. That's when I looked at the records, we haven't seen any crashes here.
And then the last thing is, I also walk through this intersection. I drive through it at least twice a day myself. There is no east-west crosswalk there at that intersection, zebra stripe type crosswalk. There is I don't know if it's a ramp or a driveway, I'd say just behind the white car that's parked there, like right where the text that says existing limit line, there is what looks like a ramp or a driveway at that spot. Would it be reasonable to do a curb cut on the other side at Opal and Irena and actually have a designated crosswalk there to make it safer for pedestrians?
That's a possibility, but we would need to build out the sidewalk on there. And I think there's a couple lots that are missing sidewalks there. Even though it is in the public right-of-way, there is no sidewalk for a couple houses there. And I think we would actually have to rebuild the ramp as well.
Even if because there is sidewalk heading towards Torrance Boulevard.
Are you talking about the south side?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a bit of a sidewalk gap right around this area.
Yeah, right where your cursor is,
Yes.
There is sidewalk.
So if we shot a crosswalk over here, we would have to build the ramp and also likely build the sidewalk.
Build the sidewalk where, though?
Just to connect to the north and also maybe to the south.
I think there is sidewalk there. It might be asphalt, but there's something there. Honestly, I probably cut the corner a little bit and cross over right into the driveway when I'm walking as a pedestrian there. But yeah, I come down that side of Opal and cross over to the sidewalk or cut through the parking lot sometimes if I'm headed to any of the restaurants along there. I guess the final question is, the sentiments of the neighborhood are to leave the stop sign. How, your feeling as a professional, what is the negative of doing that, really? It's like, is it because you said it's a minor part of all the traffic calming. We have all the rest of the traffic calming there, and we do leave the stop sign there, or is it just like a little bit, and it's like, yes, it doesn't, I get the consistency, but this is also a pretty unique intersection from the standpoint of
I don't think the crash risk of this intersection is going to go up dramatically just if we keep the stop sign there. But I think it's in my habit as a traffic engineer to want consistency. If I see a blue stop sign somewhere in the city, we need to correct that, things like that. And this is one of those things where it's highly unusual, and that's why we're discussing it tonight.
And also, I know that you've got to note that you're going to have signage there. So no matter what happens here, you're going to have major signage alerting people to the new traffic pattern.
That's typical for any change in traffic. So when we install a new stop sign, there's flags and signs that say it's new.
And if it's being removed, there'll be flags
Yes.
telling people that it's new as well. I think having the flags will actually slow people down more than anything else, as I see on Broadway.
No, those won't be permanent. This
Right,
will be
but I'm just saying.
temporary. Yeah.
You know, when I drive through the Broadway Sapphire intersection, I see those flags and it's very obvious that there's something new going on there. And I think the same thing would be happening here, and it would help. Do we have more discussion, more questions?
We do.
I just,
Or do you have some?
yeah,
I'm done unless if nobody has any
Councilmember
questions.
Kaladjarovich?
I just have one comment in that, I don't travel this intersection often. And it seems, as someone who doesn't, if I'm turning onto Irina, that is a very confusing intersection to me. And I don't know if that car is stopped and I'm coming towards it, I almost feel a little bit jolted as to, did I miss a stop sign? Why is that car stopping? And it's not usual. So I think the question we have is, are we designing our streets to a standard that people are expecting, or are we designing and planning the streets to what we're used to? Because who's driving on these streets? And we have residents and we have, people who are new to the area. So it's not an easy answer, but it clearly has been an issue since 1980.
Yeah, as a resident that drives it, I know that stop sign is there. So I consciously may go through that intersection faster because I know that the opposing traffic has to stop.
Yeah. Right.
And the point that Ryan is making is that if I don't know that, then I will have to pay more attention.
Yeah.
But I'm also somebody who drives that every day, as opposed to, say, a taxi driver, Uber driver, delivery driver who doesn't.
Or someone from North Redondo.
Well,
So my concern is I kind of agree with the rationale to remove the stop sign, because it does make sense to make those people coming south on Irina stop before they turn, just like every other intersection. My remaining concern is that the people coming off Torrance and staying south on Irina are still high speed with people crossing across there, even though there's no crosswalk. Is there a way for that short, the short speed bumps, or whatever you want to call it, speed hump, to put a perpendicular one to make traffic slow down coming off Torrance?
Probably not so close to the intersection. I think we want to give drivers fair warning that a speed bump is coming up, otherwise they may lose control. I feel confident that hardening the center line here will control most of the speed of drivers turning from Torrance Boulevard.
Okay, I won't belabor that. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with your comments, and I agree with what Councilmember Kaladjarovich had to say about this. Something I didn't think about, which was the consistency throughout the city and expectations. And I think Mr. Liu is bolstered his justification for putting this here. That said, this is not in my part of town. It's on a particular street in someone else's district. So I'm going to defer to that council member on this. Now, the tricky part here is the intersection is physically in District 1, yet immediately adjacent to District 2, and certainly has impacts on District 2. And I don't know which way the two of you are leaning, but I will say, hopefully you're in agreement, but if not, I'll just put it out there. I'm going to go with District 1 on this particular one.
Wow.
And, they're your residents.
We'll do a cage match.
It's not
Two
personal.
councilmen enter, one leaves.
I was thinking rock, paper, scissors.
Right. No, I will defer to District 1, but as someone who lives in the neighborhood, I think, turns off of Torrance driving as pedestrian crossing there at Opal and Irina. I feel better with the stop sign there. I know it's a unique setup for a stop sign, but it's also a very unique intersection. And again, just with Torrance being widened in the 80s, we now know why we lost the southbound side because it doesn't make sense. But, I think there's no harm in leaving it for now. I think the probability is higher that there would be more accidents without it than with it by leaving it there. But, and then if we don't have any negative outcomes, we could leave it. And we could always take it out. It's easier to just take it out. So I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Waller.
Okay, so are you, I'm assuming there's no hands up, so the people haven't moved there. I'm sorry, sir,
I had already put my hand up online, but it was not called on again. Is there any chance to record?
Yeah, I'll let you come down. So you were online, did you speak?
Yes.
Oh, if you spoke, you can't speak twice.
Yeah, speak once on it.
Yeah, you only,
No attempt for no opportunity to rebut.
no. That's the way public,
Everyone in the neighborhood says no. A single.
sir, you're out of order. You spoke? Okay.
One just comment to make here. I've watched these discussions for the better part of 20 years, and there's oftentimes conflict with what intuitively residents would expect to occur and then what the science and professionals will suggest. What we can do in this incident or instance, if we do remove the stop sign, we can commit to observing the traffic movements and coming back with a report on status. I would argue that it's easier to make this movement change now in its entirety based on Brian's recommendations and then report back with any final tweaks or modifications, including potentially the restoration of the stop sign, than it would be for us to then remove the stop sign later. We would want to condition the neighborhood to experience the changes in their entirety first,
Okay.
As opposed to make progressive changes in that respect. So, but we can commit to you to come back with the report, and we can monitor this and provide that update if you have ongoing concerns or the residents are feeling like this has created a condition that is
Would you
untoward.
monitor it?
We'll
not going to stand out there and watch.
No, we'll do field observations. We'll do some things. I mean, there are ways for us to assess the impact of these changes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So my feeling is that there probably is nothing that could figure out that we want to remove it later. Councilmember Castle believes that we could look at it and remove it later if we saw something, but I don't think there's something we would end up seeing. That said, I've gone back and forth about whether we should remove it, but because 100% of the neighborhood wants that stop sign to stay, and traffic engineer Lou doesn't think it's he didn't say there's anything bad about leaving it. It's just a minor change. I would move that we accept all the traffic hardening measures, but do not remove the stop sign.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any last minute comments?
Only if there's some interim or follow-up step where maybe the sign's removed later. If so, will there be some studies or way to monitor it, or this is it, sign stays?
It'll be more challenging, I think, for us to come back later with the removal. I mean, this would be the opportunity to correct this intersection and create a more consistent condition. This would be the chance to do that.
Make a substitute motion, Councilmember.
No, I'm going with.
Listen, the council's 30 years from now can deal with it.
Let's get back on track here.
The
Is
future
there-
traffic
is there a
engineer will play
substitute
this
motion?
video at the time.
No, so we have a motion on the floor. Did we get, and we have a second. I'm going to call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So was that a unanimous? I didn't. Did somebody abstain?
No. Everybody
Okay,
voted
so
for
it's a unanimous vote. We're going to do all the hardening and keep the stop sign, correct? Okay. Okay, on to the next item. Public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, and there are some tonight, will be heard first, and then people in the audience, and then folks online. So with that, I do have two cards. Mitchell Gee from Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, and then Jim Mueller.
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council members. My name is Victor, and I'm currently a sophomore at Redondo Union High School. I work for my news broadcasting program called Redondo Union TV, or RUTV for short. Recently, back in December 2025, I came up with the idea to do a news package on this organization I work with called Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. I started volunteering with them in about summer 2025, and I just really enjoyed doing their cleanups. And originally, I just wanted to do the package to spread the word of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful's mission, or KEB for short. So we did the package, and then we chose to then submit that package. And we submitted it in around like January. And then in March, we got our result, we submitted the package to Student Television Network, which is a nationwide organization that recognizes student work in like broadcasting and their broadcasting skills and film skills. We submitted it to a challenge called Broadcast Excellence. We submitted it in January, and then in March of this year, we got our results. With the help of my team members, Aiden Thompson, Ian Guerrero Estrada, and Giovanna Wynn, we were able to get enough points from the judges to receive the Honorable Mention Award, which is equivalent to a silver rating and second place category. I'm just really happy overall that I was able to get this award and spread KEB's mission. The video or the news package is available on their Facebook page and Instagram page. And I just like to take the time to say thank you for allowing me to come up here and share this award. And I hope I can continue to have some great success with KEB in the future. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you. And ma'am, next time before you enter a non-public part of the dais here, please ask permission. So you're supposed to be below?
I did ask for permission.
Okay, well, I'm the one running the meeting, so I'm the one who asked.
She told me I should stand.
Okay.
She just told me where to stand.
So just for protocol next time, I'd like to be able.
I followed the protocol.
No apologies necessary.
I'm not apologizing.
Okay, that's enough. Mr. Mueller?
Good evening, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5, and thanks, Councilperson Brad, for this cool hat. Last year, I shared with the Council that North Redondo residents want to be able to shop, meet with neighbors, and enjoy community events within walking or biking distance of their homes. I pointed out that Artesia Boulevard could be like a small town main street where people gather to meet, shop, and enjoy events without having to get in a car. I suggested that a farmer's market would be a low-cost opportunity to show North Redondo's commercial potential. You challenged me, said, show me. Well, fortunately for me, 5 other citizens, led by Teresa Mitchell, stepped up and met every requirement, got every permit and approval, bought or rented every traffic sign and cone, recruited vendors, and every week have braved Artesia traffic to walk into the turn lane at Green and set those signs and barriers precisely as specified and required by ordinance to establish a farmer's market. And the crowds showed up, and they are spending. The South Bay Credit Union stepped up right away to be a founding sponsor. NRBBA became a founding sponsor, and a whole bunch of people contributed through GoFundMe, not to mention the Change.org petition with over 1,500 people who signed affirming position that they want such a thing. The crowds at the market has attracted affirm the vision I presented to you last year. North Redondo residents have money and will spend it locally if given the right opportunity, and it doesn't have to be a fancy restaurant with rooftop dining. I don't know why that irritates me. Every time the residents of North Redondo are surveyed, they show that the people want a walkable Artesia Boulevard, but where they can gather with neighbors, shop, and enjoy community events comfortably and safely. More city action is needed to reduce and calm traffic on Artesia Boulevard in North Redondo. I urge the council to accelerate implementation of the Artesia Aviation Corridor Action Plan that was approved way back in 2019. A good place to start would be that part of the plan to close Green Lane between Vanderbilt and Artesia temporarily at first and then permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last card I had. Anyone from, you don't have to raise your hand, sir. You can just come down. Anyone from the audience is welcome to come down at this point.
Just in case there's a couple, Mayor Light. There was last time. Once again, Steve Haig, 35-year residence. I think all of you I kind of know. Maybe not so much in good dialogue, but we recognize each other. I have two comments tonight. One, I was at a car show last week in Torrance, and I would say there were probably half a dozen officers. To me, it felt like community engagement. Having done many, many shows here, I wish I could say that for here. I was handed a flyer. There is Cruisin' at the Lagoon that's going to start. Whoever okayed that, I don't think it was y'all, but whatever commission, thank them. It's going to be every Friday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., starting May 22nd through September 11th. Mm-hmm. And having participated in a lot of car shows, I would say the nicest thing for me was after the show. Last week in Torrance, I had a family with wee ones say, we remember you from 3 years ago because you actually let us sit in your car. But it's that positive impact on the consumers and that engagement for the community. It's not the car guys. I mentioned this one because I hope it doesn't die because I think it's going to be car guys. And I was always engaged with the public. I felt that's what it was about, and the city engagement. And I wish the city could participate and engage in that. We do spend money. One of my favorites were Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. We donated gifts, canned foods, and other things. And that's what it was all about, the giving portion and volunteering. My other subject, you guys all know, I've sent you emails. You have the data, except for Mayor Light. And I'll speak for people, not myself. I run HOAs as well, and that's all about the people, and what you do is all about the people. But I'll tell you, a very high percentage of the public is completely against your concept of an LGBTQ+ statue on Artesia. That potentially, in the wording, in the RFQ on your website, has city identity in that. That's bigger than any of us at any time. Please don't change our city identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the city council at this time?
I have some resources.
Can I get a motion to receive and file? Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Second, all for?
Aye.
Okay.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Erickson. I'm a resident of District 1, living in South Redondo. I'm here to follow up some remarks that I made last week at the Public Works Safety Sustainability Commission meeting, and tonight I'm just bringing it up and following up with you folks. So I'm here to talk about a little bit of the lack of EV charging infrastructure in Redondo Beach. And it comes at a perfect time with it being budget planning season. I also thought this could tie directly to line item N.3 tonight. Maybe I should be talking about it there, but here we are. Yeah, so I think it's a good night to talk about it. I can speak to this personally. I drive an EV. I'm also a renter and don't have parking. So I rely fully on public charging stations. And it is genuinely frustrating here in Redondo Beach to find public charging stations. Oftentimes they're being in use with other residents, which is awesome. Half the time they're under maintenance. Right now, there's a car that is not charging actually in the charge point right out front of the police station here, which is, I think, most frustrating when you come into that. So anyway, I pulled up some data and we are way behind our neighbors. Redondo Beach only has 41 public chargers. Hermosa Beach has 57, Manhattan has 119, and Torrance has over 250. Of those, Redondo Beach only owns 14 of them. Hermosa Beach owns 28. Manhattan 30 plus, Torrance even more. They have all sorts of different partnerships with public entities as well. And obviously, you know, the population difference, and it's clear that we are way behind. So I did some digging. I found some options. I think the most exciting is a federal grant through the California Energy Commission that has up to $79 million available for publicly accessible DC fast chargers. That deadline's in September. There's a lot of other options that I gave on the resource here. There's also great partnerships with ChargePoint, Blink, EVgo that has dedicated programs that handle everything from permitting to helping fundraise to ongoing maintenance to take the lift off the city. And, you know, grants and partnerships are great, but I think that Redondo needs to invest in its green future for residents and visitors. Yeah, so take a look when we get to N.3. I'm asking this council to include EV infrastructure as an explicit objective on that item. From what I understand, a single line in this document can give staff direction.
Yeah, we really can't talk about N3 at this point.
Okay,
Well,
great.
I think we got the message.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other member of the public wish to address the council at this time? Anyone online?
Yes, Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark. Mark, are you there? Okay, let's skip Mark for now. Is there someone else?
That's it. It's not working.
No, nobody else?
Nope, no one else. And the e-comments, we have 2 for J1.
Okay. Do you want to give Mark one last chance?
Yeah, I'll try one more time. Hello?
Are you there, Mark?
Yeah, I just allowed the microphone. Did that help?
There we go, yes.
We can hear you now.
Oh, wow. It's amazing. You know, it's the city version of Zoom has problems that the ordinary version doesn't have. So there you go. I wanted to also talk about capital projects. There's the safety and sound wall on Prospect. We've done a fair amount of study on that now and the health impacts. So we'd like to get that into the capital budget. And also, I remember when we talked about speed tables on Big Prospect, that it didn't really stick in my head because, quite frankly, I didn't know what a speed table was. I have since dropped a dime on my old university that has a probably one of the largest traffic engineering programs in the country. They've got like 75 PhDs and postdocs in the department that are basically in the Traffic Institute, and got back enough of a summary to realize that a 35-mile-an-hour street can have elliptical speed tables, and that for, you know, 50 grand, whatever, of asphalt, we could probably slow Big Prospect down and not have the 90%, 42 or 45 or whatever it is. So just wanted to also make a push for speed tables on big prospect between Beryl and Diamond, or maybe even Beryl and Del Amo. They're safe for emergency vehicles and the rest of it. The other thing, and I put it in, and you guys can take a look at it separately, but put in an executive summary about recovering the costs of false alarm calls. We had one here, gosh, I guess in December of last year that wound up with a dozen fire trucks and paramedics and ambulances and police cars, and it turns out that it was all because somebody misunderstood spray on snow on the glass for smoke and called in a fire at Silverado. At least that's what the fire department's report says. So looked at different ways to recover that money, so you can take a look at that. It's not too hard. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we do have a public hearing tonight, so we'll go through ex parte communications, item K. For L1, I've had discussions with the city manager, the planning, community development department, and all the council, and brief conversations with a couple of the planning commission. Councilmember Waller?
Brief conversations with the mayor and city manager.
Council?
Brief conversations with the mayor, city manager, and city staff.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
You, Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, and staff.
Councilmember Obaji?
Mayor, staff, maybe Councilmember Barrett.
Councilmember Barrett?
I've had communications with the mayor, Councilmember Obaji, city staff and employees, and members of the public.
Okay. So with that, we'll jump down to item L. This is, what was that? Public hearing to consider changes to our housing element. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's updates to our housing element, and I'll let the presentation speak for itself. I'd like to get a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. The public hearing is now open, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Before I turn this presentation over to Planning Manager Sean Scoley, I just had a few remarks about this item. First of all, we're pleased to bring this to you tonight. As you know, in recent years, the state has taken away local control as it pertains to land use and housing. Having a compliant and certified housing element is important to retaining some level of local control. The draft amendments before you tonight would ensure that our housing element does remain compliant and that we do have that local control. I want to thank our consultant, Veronica Tam, who assisted us with preparing these amendments very quickly. In addition to that, Diana Verrett from the City Attorney's Office and also Planning Manager Sean Scoley for getting this item put together and before you in such a short time frame. And with that, I will turn it over to Sean Scoley to provide the presentation.
All right, thank you, Mark, Mayor, members of the City Council. So the public hearing item before you tonight is to consider amendments to the 6th cycle housing element. So this slide is a brief overview, kind of how we're going to walk through the item tonight. Excuse me, the reasons to update the housing element, summary of updates, housing sites overview. And for the housing sites overview, there'll be a number of visual slides that will identify the existing zoning and designations on the housing sites and then the proposed. And then the additional amendments while we were in this update process, it was clear we needed to update some of the timelines with our programs and some other items to clarify and bring us up to date with where we are now in terms of housing. And then finally, in the environmental review that we went through that's accompanying this item, and then our recommendation. So why are the updates needed? So these are needed in order to further the city's strategies for meeting RHNA, one, and then also in response to a recent court decision. So these are the summary of, this slide is the summary of the updates. The big item is the amendment to the housing sites. We're replacing the residential overlay zoning program on the housing sites with specific zoning designations, high-density multifamily residential and mixed-use housing zoning designations. And on the mixed-use housing zoning designations, future new development, there's a requirement for 50% of the floor area of any new development to be residential. The removal, additionally, of one of the housing sites, we have 5, and we're going down to 4. That's the North Tech housing site. That's being removed, and that reduces the number from, 6 to 5. We're increasing, as a result of that and some of the other occurrences that have happened since we adopted the housing element, we're increasing the maximum density on some of the sites, 4 of the sites, from 55 dwelling units per acre to 65 dwelling units per acre for capacity. And then on the 5th site, the CR housing element site, it's our South Bay Marketplace site, that density is going from 55 to 80 dwelling units per acre. Also, we're establishing development standards for these new designations. So with the changes to the housing element, we have commensurate changes to the zoning ordinance to reflect the changes in the housing element. So there's new development standards, but it's important to note, other than the density changes, the development standards associated with the housing sites are nearly identical to what we had before. And then also to ensure consistency between the housing element and the draft land use element of the general plan, that'll be coming to the council in the future. We'll need to make the land use element designations, the zoning, and the housing element designations all consistent. So these next series of slides, we'll just walk through each one of the housing sites. You'll see on the left the existing zoning. This is the North Tech site. This is the site that's being removed. So you've got an existing C4 and affordable housing overlay on that site. And then on the proposed zoning on the right, you'll just see it reverts to the C4 zone. This is the Kingsdale housing site. And on the left, again, that's existing zoning, and then on the right's what's proposed. So the affordable housing overlay is being removed on the left, and the C4 is being converted to that mixed-use housing designation, and the the RH3 is going to an RH4. So removing the AHO and replacing it with the MUH and RH4, and then increasing the density from 55 to 65. The height was originally proposed at 45, and the number of stories was 4. But after multiple consultations with HCD, they recommended we up that to 55 feet in height and 5 stories. So that's what's proposed. And then south of the transit center housing site, on the left, it's the underlying I2 zone with the affordable housing overlay, and then removing that and replacing it with RH4 on the proposed zoning, increasing the density again from 55 to 65. Same thing on the height. Originally proposed at 45, it's going to 55, and proposed at 4 stories and now 5 stories. And then this is the 190th Street sites. We've got the industrial area is currently over by Meyer Lane and Marianne Drive. And then you have on the very far eastern boundary, adjacent to Hawthorne Boulevard, C2, and they all have the affordable housing overlay. Removing that and replacing all those with an RH4 zone. Same changes again, 55 to 65, and the height, again, 55, and number of stories 5. And then this is the South Bay Marketplace site. Same scenario, we're removing that AHO and then replacing it with commercial regional housing, CRH. And that's where the density is increasing from 55 up to 80 dwelling units per acre. The height is actually the same as what's currently under the AHO at 90 feet. And the same with the number of stories, that's 7. And then the last site, the FedEx housing site, this is down in South Redondo on Pacific Coast Highway. Removing again the AHO, replacing with the mixed use H, and then increased density, that same bump, 55 to 65, and then height, 55 and stories 5. I alluded to these earlier. So those are the sites. Those are the changes that are before you tonight. These are the additional updates that were done. And a lot of it, again, it was updating statistics, updating tables. Since we adopted the housing element back in 2021, 2022, we've had housing development projects that have come through. So we had to shuffle the numbers. A couple of them the council's aware of, the 401 South PCH, and then projects currently under construction, again, the 122 North PCH site. So all the numbers had to change. That site in particular, 122, is identified as a housing site, not one of the ones we're considering, but in the housing element. It was identified to have 12 low-income homes. However, it only had 3. So that played with the numbers a little bit. And I've got a table that kind of shows those if the council wants to take a look at kind of the net or the deltas that occurred on some of these sites. But it's not a very large change.
The 401 PCH, I believe, is 501 South PCH.
The AB 20.
The AB 2011 that we had come recently, wasn't that 501 to 521?
It's 401 and then a few additional.
Yeah, that's the 400 block.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Keep going.
Yes, okay. And then a lot of technical edits, clarification, again, the programs that we have in the housing element, they had schedules for when we were going to implement those programs. Those had to be updated. Again, the corrections to tables, site inventories, updated some of the development assumptions for the housing sites, some clarifications of descriptions and development standards as they're being changed tonight, and then just some minor editorial revisions as they became, as we became aware of them. And then, this is important. This is the coordination that was done to bring us here tonight. The draft housing element was initially released. When we made the amendments, state law requires a 7-day public review period. So we issued that early January for 7 days. We received some comments and also comments from HCD. So there were some revisions to the housing element. We re-released the revised housing element and for public comment in the middle of February. We received a total of 5 comments, and we blue foldered those items. They should have been included with the original report, but we got those to you. And then also we had the review recently by the Planning Commission, and their recommendation was the approval of the updates. So all these proposed amendments have been reviewed by HCD, the revisions that we made, and HCD issued their substantial compliance letter on March 13th, which essentially says, the draft amendments do not impact their original determination on September 1st, 2022, finding that the housing element is in substantial compliance with state housing law. So that was a lot of work went into that with HCD. And then the environmental work we did to accompanying the project, of course, we looked at it. We had our environmental consultant do an addendum to the certified final program EIR for the general plan update, which had all the housing sites on it. And after their analysis, it was determined these changes would not result in physical impacts that differ from what was analyzed in the approved PEIR, Program Environmental Impact Report. It wouldn't trigger the need for preparation of a subsequent or supplement EIR, and the modified project would not change the assumptions under which the environmental impact report was certified. So that concludes staff presentation other than the recommendation. You've opened the public hearing. And then the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the addendum to the certified general plan update. And the addendum, by the way, that covers both the update to the housing element and the implementation and zoning amendments. And then introduce for first reading the ordinance number CC 3311-26 and the first reading of ordinance CC 3312-26.
And I have something I wanted to add. Thank you, Sean, for the presentation. Just wanted to make sure it was clear. So currently those 6 sites are zoned with overlay zones. That was adopted by the City Council in November 2024. An overlay zone allows for housing on the site, but it also allows for the underlying use of commercial or industrial, so it's optional. The proposed changes that are before you, there would no longer be an overlay zone. It would be more of a mixed use zone for these sites. And if somebody wanted to do a future development there, 50% of the floor area would have to be residential. And then we also increase the density and the development standards by a little bit on some of these sites to account to offset the loss of the North Tech site. So just kind of summarizing it all in a few sentences. But I also wanted to make it sure it's clear that the distinction between the overlays, which were originally adopted, and what's being proposed tonight.
Yeah, so this is a hard requirement versus the soft requirement we had before.
It is, and with most mixed-use zones, it's still, a lot of times it could be optional, but to make this compliant with state law, there is that 50% residential requirement. The existing buildings would become non-conforming, and we have provisions in here that provide for some more flexibility to maintain those buildings. I do want to note also we have Veronica Tam and Diana Barrett are available virtually if the council has any questions. And I also want to thank State HCD, not that they're listening in, but they've actually been a good partner on this, and we worked really closely with them over the past several months.
Thank you. I'm going to do a little summary of your summary. So for the public, this is a lot of jargon. So bottom line is we get assigned a housing allowance that we have to build into our zoning and also into a thing called the housing element. We got that approved in 2024. 2022, sorry. We were implementing against it, and then a judge found that the HCD's interpretation or assessment on housing overlays was improper and didn't follow the legislative intent. They don't penalize HCD. What they do is say, city, you have to correct that. And so that's what this is reaction to keep our housing element certified. We have to do that to avoid what's called builder's remedy, where we basically lose all control and any developer can come in and propose anything they want. And so I appreciate, as much as I have a love-hate relationship with HCD, I appreciate their responsiveness on this. To staff and the consultants who helped make this happen quickly, I want to applaud it. There's 4 things in summary that we're asked to rule on tonight. That is the changes to the housing element, the update to the EIR, and the 2 zoning ordinance changes that would implement those changes to the housing element. So that's what we're doing in a nutshell. I hate that we have to do this, but that's the state we're in here in the state, so in California. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our Community Development Department. This has been a heroic effort. Sean, you particularly have lived with this since the beginning, right? You've seen this you've seen this baby grow 4 times into this plan right now. So thank you for sticking with it. Thank you for continuing to be diligent and working on it to perfect it and to get it up to snuff with the evolving and challenging state law. What the residents also need to understand here is we're not building anything. You're not going to have a development pop up on these sites right away, but we are creating the conditions for this housing to come into existence, and we'll continue to ensure that the city does not impose any impediments to these developments. The second thing that's worthwhile to note is that since the first iteration of this housing element that we submitted and voted on in 2022, this plan has not changed drastically. We continue to put future housing near transit, and that makes the most amount of sense towards the freeways on the east side of the city, in the northern part of the city, because when people leave the city for jobs, they're getting on the freeway, they're going on the metro, they're taking the bus, and it behooves us to locate them next to those items to reduce traffic, to reduce their carbon footprint, and the like. And yes, of course, we do have some sites in the south, and frankly, there just aren't that many sites to choose from in the city of Redondo Beach that are half an acre or larger where we can put these zones down. So one question I do have is, we may get a developer who comes and says, for example, I want to build in one of these sites, but I don't want to build up to 50 dwelling units per acre or 80, because then I'm going to have to use steel. I'd rather build 3-story townhomes and build a smaller development that's cheaper, more economic, and I can even have more affordable units. How would that affect us going forward if they decide to build not up to the maximum that we put in here?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and we actually run into that a lot. These are capacities that we have on the sites. So we have some methodologies that we use. We look at the density, and then we bring that down a little bit, and then we come up with the number that's in the housing element. But you're right, it might not be consistent with what the developer is comfortable developing. So but we have to maintain capacity. So we've got to do the math. So depending on what they come in with, we got to back it out and then see, do we still have the capacity in the various income categories to, with the other sites to cover us and to meet the RENA allocation we're required to show capacity for. So it's kind of, if we don't, then we're having to look for another site. And then, that's a different process.
Is this something where we could get the South Bay Housing Trust involved to potentially provide either more expertise to the developer or more financial assistance to the developer to be able to build more capacity into the sites?
I would say yes. My understanding, however, is currently just due to construction cost, there's a certain housing type that's more lucrative, and that's, townhomes and lower scale development. So that's why not just Redondo Beach, many cities are not seeing these sites constructed to their maximum density. I will say that if a site is underproduced, we do have a buffer in our housing element that accommodates that. And then if for some reason that we're still getting underproduction on these sites, the city has the ability to identify additional sites where housing could be provided that would make up the difference. And if we were to approve a project with lower density than what was identified in the housing element, we would need to, specify those additional sites that are available in the city. And there are quite a few right now with these various housing laws that allow housing regardless of the housing element.
All right, thank you for that. And I also will echo the thanks to HCD for their letter of substantial compliance and continue to work with us through this challenging endeavor.
Yeah, and you said something there that I want to foot stomp. This is just accommodating the housing allocation. There's still all these other bills that tie our hands in other cases, like the PCH development, which doesn't fall under the housing element. It's another state law that tied our hands on what we had to approve at that site.
Yeah, and I think what the last part of what Mark just said is very important to note. This is what we have planned for, but to your point just now, there are bills that supersede our local zoning and planning and allow for housing in locations that we're not even accounting for in our unit calculation. So in the event that somebody comes in and says, we're going to build fewer units, or in particularly affordable units than are part of our housing element, we can then point to those sites in some instances to say capacity remains in the community due to XYZ bill. And a great example of that are what some of the projects that we're experiencing in our corridors that are primarily commercial corridors right now.
Yep. And this will impact us fiscally because only 15% of our private land is zoned commercial or industrial. And each one of these takes away from that, and housing costs more than it produces, and certainly produces less than commercial does on the same site for the same square footage. So our hands are tied. Hate to do this, but it's something we're forced to do by our state, and that's why it's important how you vote. Let's see, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. Councilmember Rabaji asked my first question about what happens if somebody comes in and proposes something under the limits. The second question I have relates to...
May I jump in before you?
Sure.
There are minimums, right?
Yes, there are.
So they can't just come in and say, I'm going to build one house. There's minimums.
Correct. And the minimum is 20 dwelling units per acre for all of these housing sites.
But they could do it. Yeah, that's a good clarification too. So, the industrial parts, I really hate to see leave. So if, let's say there's a fire in one of those industrial buildings, you said there's some protections. So does that mean that they could then rebuild and have that industrial, or would they be required to then follow the housing?
No, they could rebuild. Yeah, our legal non-conforming privileges are still intact. So those commercial developments, if they need repairs, maintenance, et cetera, they can certainly do that. They can actually even do small additions. I think it's a limit of 10% of existing, or 1,000 feet, square feet, something like that. So there is some ability to upgrade, enhance the existing commercial without having to trip the threshold and do 50% residential.
Because going back to GPAC, the industrial section there over off Marianne was something that we identified as saying, yes, we wanted to keep that. And so it's really unfortunate that we might be losing that because of this. But I also understand it's not really our choice.
No, it's not. And right now we're protecting our primary industrial corridor along Manhattan Beach Boulevard, but you might see in the cycle up there, it says 2021 through 2029. Our big fear is what happens when we start dealing with the 7th cycle, which is going to be right around the corner. We'll start that planning process here in probably 18 months. So this continues to be an issue at the local and state level, and it's something that we have to continue to monitor and hope we can help people understand the impact of.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajirovich.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the comment about the challenge for the cities. The majority of our RENA numbers are for affordable units. And the projects that we predominantly see are just a few affordable units with market rate units. And we're constantly on the back foot as to how we're going to provide for affordable units when the sites that we've cited don't get used for that. So we're constantly fighting this, and it's just the system that's in place is not providing what it's intended for, and this is where we are right now.
And the state has tied our hands in that respect too. We can't demand more affordable because that's an impediment to construction. So we're damned if we do and damned if we don't. So we're in a catch-22 that's the state of California right now. So with that, that's the last comment I had.
Take a motion, public comment, I guess, right?
Well, we don't have.
Motion to close the public hearing, but you got to take public comment.
Right. So I was going to take public comment anyway. You don't need a motion. Okay. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Come on, Holly.
District 5. Anyway, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I turned in 2 things for a blue folder item, and one of them I just sent you all. That was just for your information. but I also sent something else in which you're probably going to get tomorrow about the RENA, okay? As some of you know, Senator Glazer called for an audit of the RENA back in 2021. And the result was, and this is all you're going to get tomorrow, that the audit, the allocations released in March 2022 by the state auditor that HCD did not ensure its new assessments were adequate, confirming flaws in the process. I'm sort of stumbling over my words here, I'm sorry. But anyway, there's been requests for them to actually do the audit. They didn't redo numbers. They said the audit is flawed, but we're not going to redo the numbers. And I know that the COG is looking at this, that you were on the COG, and you all told the people that they should be filling in their ballots, and we should be talking to the people that are running for office and what is their position on RENA. Should the state redo the allocations? Because if the allocations are all way too high. If you've gone to as many RENA meetings as I have, which is more than Metro before that started, they're too high, and not only that, we're all destined to fail. So please, I hope you do your diligence and the audience as well and find out which senators and assembly people are going to support updating the RENA allocations. And that, okay, I think that's all I'm going to say. Okay, so I won't ask any questions. You don't like me to ask questions anyway, so I won't.
Thank you. I did get a letter from, or an email from COG asking us to sign on to a letter related to RENA and the flawed process. So we'll be working that over the coming week.
And we will be continuing to work with SCAG, which is the regional agency that administers RENA. And we have had meetings, the mayor and I have personally met with SCAG officials to hopefully begin that dialogue and express some of our concerns over how the state accounts for units. Just the definition of housing unit is something I think the state should be looking at very carefully.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I threw my name in the hat for the regional representative to SCAG, and luckily I got voted in, so that's where I'm going Thursday. Well, wasn't a vote, nobody else ran. Let's see, that's all I had. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Come on down, sir.
Alex Feynman, District 3. I think it's generally understood that California, statewide, there is a housing crisis, right? Like this is not up for, debate. Like housing is very expensive. It is hard to, is not very available in California, and this is a statewide issue. It's not just Redondo Beach. And that is why there are statewide laws requiring certain housing production and RENA in this state. We see younger Californians moving out of the state because they can't afford to remain here. There are reasons for these statewide laws. And so when I see our city leadership going to Sacramento and lobbying politicians and supporting bills like AB 2741, which thankfully died in committee, that would remove the enforcement mechanisms like Builder's Remedy. I don't want to see Builder's Remedy here. That's not what I'm about. But the Builder's Remedy is an enforcement mechanism to make sure that cities like Redondo Beach, all up and down the state, comply with their housing obligations. It's important. Not that we do it, but that everyone does it, okay? And when we go to the state and we say, hey, we are going to weaken our housing requirements across the state because we don't want to build here, that causes a problem for the whole state. And it's an attitude that we have to stop. It's backwards looking. California is losing congressional seats. We're losing electoral votes because we are losing population to states like Florida and Texas. Like this goes beyond just Redondo Beach. And to see this city continuing to fight solutions statewide, it really, really bothers me. And we gotta start doing better. It's backwards looking. We need housing in this state. We need housing locally, but we need it in this state. And it's a statewide solution. And we need local approaches that recognize that we all have a statewide obligation to support housing in this state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to meet with you. If you could send me an email, we'll sit down. Absolutely. Because some of what you said is a little flawed there, and I don't want to have the debate here, but I'd love to talk with you on that. Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yeah, Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
All right. So thank you to Sean and Mark and the rest of the folks that had to put in way too many hours to do this. I spent most of my career having to bump up against the state or the feds and various agencies, and I know just what a joy it is. If this is the minimum that we can do to be compliant, and we don't think that it's just going to lead to more litigation, then I, certainly support it. I, unlike the last speaker, I wouldn't go one step further than we are required to go. And the reason is because the state doesn't play fair. They never have, and they never will. And they're always going to take whatever you did and they're going to add to it and make it worse, or whatever the appropriate adjective is, just because that's what they do. And so we need to hold our ground as best we can and do what we have to do to not get sued and to not wind up wasting money with lawyers. But on the other hand, if anyone thinks that we're going to go the extra mile and give the state something that they're not requiring, and that somehow we're going to be seen as having done good works, I think that's just plainly not supported by the facts. So thanks again, folks, and all the consultants who got big checks, thank you too.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it, and no e-comments for this item.
Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed. Could I get, is there more debate, or did you want to propose a motion? You have your hand up, so I'll
I
give you
can
the floor.
propose a motion. I just wanted to also reject the notion that we need a nanny state from above who's, telling us that we need to zone for all this stuff to be built, but not in touch with the market conditions where people who have these properties, who have these entitlements to build this amount of dwelling units per acre are saying, no, I'm going to build townhouses because that's what I can afford to build and what makes the most financial sense. So the state could better achieve its goals, as Councilmember Kalajerovich noted, through other tools, but this blanket mandate isn't cutting it. Nevertheless, I'll make a motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2605-027, introduced by title only ordinance number 3311-26, introduced by title only ordinance number 3312-26.
Second.
Okay, do we have to approve the housing element amendments?
That's part of the resolution, I believe.
That's the resolution.
Yeah,
That's which one?
that's covered
number
in the
3.
2605027. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And Mayor, I'd like to say something too. This has been a longstanding issue for us. We have worked incredibly hard, as you've noted. Our team, Mark and Sean, I want to give them a special thanks. Our attorney's office has been extremely helpful throughout this effort. This is no easy feat, and to imply that somehow we are not anything but a housing diverse, rich, and abundant community in Redondo Beach is, I think, just an absolute falsehood. We're more than 11,000 residents per square mile. We are far more dense than our neighbors, with one exception, Hermosa Beach. We provide an incredible portfolio of housing at all levels, diverse, Section 8, Some quite expensive, but in other cases, quite affordable for a community like ours. We should be proud of that, and we continue to be proud of that. And what we lobby for in Sacramento is fairness and an equitable standard that should be appropriate for a community as dense as ours, that has been the model and set the model for housing in the state. To assert that somehow Redondo has been anything but supportive of housing is, I think, offensive.
Thank you for saying that. I don't disagree. And in fact, we're the only beach city with more multifamily than single family, and our multifamily percentage exceeds the average across all of Southern California. So we are a model city for diversity. We do have affordable housing. We've got over, I think, 500 families on Section 8 and VASH program. And we can't even count like the live aboard boaters. Right. And I think some of the people in the Recife.
We can't account our assisted living facilities that support many of our seniors and those who have memory care concerns. Those are not part of the Department of Finance's definition of a housing unit. Our award-winning homeless program continues to be a model, not only in our region, but for the state of California. At every level, at every income level, we have made extraordinary efforts to be not just compliant, but a model.
Yeah. And I would even say the bill that we put forward was not opposing the housing mandates. What it was is giving cities who followed HCD's guidance the opportunity to correct before builder's remedy applies to them. And that's what that was about. We can't control, we have to do what HCD says. And when they give us guidance that says you use this kind of housing overlay, and then we use it and a judge says, nah, I don't agree, we shouldn't be the ones penalized for that. We should have the opportunity to correct it, which is what we're doing right here. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. I don't see any other hands up for discussion. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Waller?
Aye.
Councilmember Castle? Aye. Councilmember Kalajerovich? Aye. Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously, and I won't be vetoing this one. So do you want to read off the ordinances?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
The resolutions?
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2605-027, resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, an addendum to the certified Redondo Beach Focused General Plan Update, Zoning Ordinance Update, and Local Coastal Program Amended Program EIR, and amending the city's certified sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing elements to replace the affordable housing overlay districts on the city's identified housing sites with high-density residential 65 DU/AC and mixed-use zoning district 65 to 80 DU/AC. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3311-26, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 2, Zoning and Land Use of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to implement amendments to the city's certified sixth cycle 2020-21-2029 housing element that replaced affordable housing overlay districts on the city's identified housing site with high-density residential 65 DU/AC and mixed-use zoning district 65 to 80 DU-AC for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only. Ordinance number 3312-26, an ordinance of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 1, Subdivisions of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to implement amendments to the city certified sixth cycle 2021 through 2029 housing element that replaced the affordable housing overlay districts on the city's identified housing sites with high-density residential 65 DU/AC and mixed-use zoning district 65 to 80 DU/AC for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys want to take a break?
Yeah.
5-minute break?
8-minute break.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, we'll take an 8-minute break, be back at whatever 8 plus 14.
2:23.
Student categories.
I mean, he wanted 5, I was going to do 10.
By saying it,
Sir?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Okay, so we're going to continue back to, we're down to items under item N1. This is discussion and possible action on modifications of the city's crossing guard program. Jane, are you?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay,
Yes.
you've got point then.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. I'm also joined by our City Traffic Engineer, Ryan Liu, and Police Captain Brian Long, and Chief Springle in the audience. And the item before you is the discussion and possible action on the proposed modifications to the city's crossing guard program. The presentation will provide a brief overview of the current crossing guard program and some operational challenges we're currently facing. And then I'll go over the subcommittee goals and proposed modifications, as well as an implementation plan, and then conclude with the subcommittee's recommendations. The city is responsible for 27 total crossing guard locations, and that's written up there on the screen. 22 are staffed by city-employed part-time guards, while 5 are staffed by contract services, all city management services, or ACMS. Our current fiscal year budget allocates $552,600, of which is a mix of ongoing funding as part of the police department's operating budget, one-time appropriation for additional part-time guards, and for contract services. When we look at the cost per position, the city employed guard costs approximately $18,954 a year versus the contract cost of a contracted city crossing guard at $27,631. Staffing continues to be one of the most significant challenges for the crossing guard program as it relates to hiring and retention. Currently, the city employs 24 part-time guards, but absences create frequent vacancies. To note, between August 2025 and April 2026, so the start of the current school year, and to date, we've had 675 call-outs. As a result, the police department has frequently reassigned municipal service officers, code enforcement officers, as well as sworn officers from their primary duties as it relates to street sweeping, parking enforcement, code enforcement, and then public safety patrol. At the same time, contract costs have continued to rise, and we have experienced disputed terms with the contractor, and these challenges overall highlights the need for a more sustainable and reliable program structure. So given these ongoing challenges, the subcommittee, which comprises of Councilmember Barrett, Councilmember Kalujedovich, myself, Police Captain Long, and Traffic Engineer Ryan Liu, we had met and focused on developing an equitable, data-driven, sustainably staffed program. The subcommittee focused on ensuring an equitable allocation of limited resources, as well as prioritizing high-need, high-traffic intersections where pedestrians' activity, traffic volumes, and roadway conditions create the greatest exposure risk, and looked for opportunities to improve safety through traffic calming and visibility enhancements, especially at locations where guard may no longer be assigned. So the subcommittee is proposing to reduce the total number of staffed crossing guard locations from 27 to 18. At the same time, we will maintain guards at the highest need intersections. In several cases, we are recommending strategic relocations, and we're also recommending the removal of guards at locations where the data indicates a lower level of need. To ensure safety remains strong at these removal sites, we will implement a set of tactical safety measures as listed there, which include striped curb extensions, flexible bollards, cone-based school time curb extensions during school hours, and targeted visibility enforcement such as hedge height compliance. And then the table before you provides a summary of those proposed modifications, and the different removal, keeping, or no changes ultimately results in 18 locations in total. As mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the current annual cost of the crossing guard program is $552,600. Under the proposed modifications, the annual cost would decrease to $378,000, primarily by shifting fully to city-staffed crossing guards. This includes increasing our ongoing part-time staffing budget from 12 to 18 positions, eliminating all contract personnel, and then reducing reliance on one-time appropriations. Altogether, these changes produce an annual savings of $174,600. If City Council approves the proposed recommendations or modifications, these changes would take effect beginning of the next school year. At locations where guards are being removed or proposed to be removed, staff would implement tactical safety measures as mentioned in a previous slide. Staff would also increase enforcement of invisibility codes, particularly hedge height compliance, to maintain clear sight lines around school crossing. And throughout the year, staff will monitor the effectiveness of these changes and evaluate whether additional adjustments are needed. As part of the process, staff will also consider permanent curb extension, which will be funded through a Metro Measure M grant. Staff will continue working closely with school district principals as well as the school district and develop a joint communications plan to ensure families are informed well ahead of the new school year. So to conclude, the subcommittee is recommending the following actions for City Council's consideration. 1, to approve the proposed modifications to the crossing guard program. 2, support the development of a joint communications plan with the district. This concludes staff's presentation. I, along with the rest of the subcommittee members, are available to answer any questions.
I'd like to add just a few comments. I want to thank Jane, Ryan Liu, Captain Brian Long, who's here, and the members of the subcommittee, Scott and Paige. They've worked really hard with our team to tackle an issue, I think, that's brewing for some time for us. This has been an evolution over 2 decades of budget cycles where we've seen this program grow and grow and grow to a point, candidly, that is no longer sustainable, and we need to make adjustments. We don't make these recommendations lightly. We make them out of necessity. I'm asked, are we doing this to save money? Yes, we are, but most notably what we're doing is to create a sustainable program that we can staff in perpetuity. We have just a heck of a time right now staffing the 27 locations. As Jane mentioned, 5 of the locations have to be provided through crossing guard contract services. That contract is not going to be available to us in the upcoming calendar year or school year. We're going to need to make adjustments there. And even though we have a roster of 24 part-time crossing guards currently, given their limited availability, we have difficulty maintaining the 22 locations that those 24 guards staff. And what that ultimately results in, and Jane covered this, is us having to assign full-time personnel in the department to cover those spots. In fact, there were almost 700 call-outs last year to sustain each of those locations. That means our traffic patrol officers, that means our code enforcement officers and personnel, and our MSOs ultimately are taken away from their normal daily duties and are assigned to crossing guard locations. That is a major impact on our policing operations and departments. So it has a bit of a double whammy effect. And when we recommend the 18, it's because it's the number we think we can sustain through part-time personnel. And I think that's the primary takeaway here. We're still going to have to add money to our core budget to sustain the 18 as we've described. We have a core budget of roughly $20,000. We're going to need to add, if we settle on 18 tonight with council's direction, another $165,000 to the core budget to keep that program going. So while it's a savings versus this year's cost and last year's cost, it's still something that's going to impact our core expenditures going forward. So this is really critical. I appreciate the objective metrics that Ryan and Captain Long have put together. There's been a lot of thought put into this, and I know by our subcommittee members really appreciate that. It's a difficult issue, but it's a critical one for us going forward.
Okay, well, first I want to echo the thanks to the subcommittee, all members. This was a lot of work, and I know you put a lot of effort into it, coordinating with the schools, gathering the data, and then sifting through it to make recommendations. This would take effect next school year.
No changes to our current locations.
No changes until, and so as such, we may get a second bite at the apple through the budget process, correct?
Correct. Really, really bottom line tonight, what I'm looking for direction on is what's the target funding number for me as I propose the budget to you all in a couple of weeks. That's why the 18 is as critical as anything or whatever that number ultimately is. You have some fungibility and time to decide on the final locations. We have as much time really as you need.
As well as
I do think the recommendations that have been provided tonight are very thoughtful, and I think there's good reason for them, and I'm sure you'll hear more from the subcommittee members on that.
So with part of the problem seeming, well, you alluded to it there, that people don't necessarily show up all the time, and then we have uncovered spots. Is there the ability, if we can rank order these, to prioritize the intersections, that we could ask someone not, rather than try to staff it with a police officer or a code enforcement officer, to move someone from a lesser priority intersection to a higher one?
Well, one of the things that I think we've tried to do with crossing guards is not surprise anybody as to whether or not they'll be there that day. Once we commit to a location, I think we want to commit to it for a stated period of time. Just leaving a location that's historically been guarded, unguarded, I think is a little bit discomforting for us. It's logical. We do this in other part-time programs where we would direct services to the most critical areas first and then sort of build out from there. We don't feel entirely comfortable doing that. That's why we're so focused on identifying that sustainable number, which, given our prospective staffing roster next year, we think to be 18.
Okay. I was very happy to see we covered the Artesia Boulevard crossing because that one's always bothered me. So, again, thanks to the subcommittee for all the hard work. Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jane, for the administrative report and the presentation. I think it covered everything, and I could tell you put time into it, so very effective. And thank you, Jane, for supervising this process, not just with other staff and PD, Ryan, but working with Paige and I, interfacing with the school district and everything else you've done over this time. And I think the city managers hit upon an important point, which is reliability in staffing. 18, based on the information we've received and the numbers reviewed, is the number. Anything above that, something of a mirage. I've heard that term used. It's sort of not reliable, and it does pull away sometimes at the last minute, and sometimes not at all from other duties of our law enforcement, and we know how important they are to other issues as well in the city. And so that's a real pinch. What were the metrics? They were covered by Jane, in making these proposals. First and foremost was objective data, safety-driven, focusing on so-called choke points where there's the highest volume of vehicular traffic, but also where children need to cross. So, think Grant, think, the other streets you've seen. And so that was certainly an area of concern. Inglewood wanted to ensure those were protected. And the second metric was equity. We wanted to ensure every campus had at least one crossing guard. And Ryan, in his professional judgment, has made a recommendation as to where that crossing guard would be best situated. Yet Ryan has worked with and continues to work with the individual school principals to accommodate their preferences. And I thought that was very important. I think it was also mentioned that we did meet with all 9 of the school principals at district headquarters, had a very robust and involved discussion. I think it was very positively received. They understand the issues. They were largely supportive. And I thought that was a great idea to do that. So, Jane, thank you for arranging that and allowing us in there. The other point that was made is really important, which is any location that may currently have a crossing guard where that crossing guard will be relocated or removed is not being abandoned. It's not being abandoned at all. Instead, it will be replaced where appropriate with traffic calming measures, tactical safety measures, and we saw the list on there. And I will say that's probably where we got the largest approval from the principals that we met with, and they appreciated that. So Ryan, thank you for putting that together and continuing to work on it. I think what was also moving for us and for the school district and principals we met with, and really what the community, is the fact that this also has the approval and review of our professional staff at the police department. And primarily that's Captain Long, who's here tonight, stayed late, and we appreciate that. And he's been all over this. He's visited all these locations. He knows the locations. He supervises the locations. He deals with the call outs. So having his input provided that information to us, and also kind of gave us a real world practical understanding of how this works. You know, it's also important that we continue to have a very robust crossing guard program. I mean, we do in this city, and you could see that in what we have here and what we've proposed. And I'm glad we're able to do that. It's going to be a little over budget even at 18. Yet that's, you know, it's important. We're not dissolving the program or putting it in a position that is not safe or sustainable. And I guess lastly is what the mayor's point was, you know, hey, are we going to get notice out? And the answer is yes. This would not be implemented until August of this year. So we're working on that now. That's one of the recommendations, is to begin and further that outreach policy with the school district and families, so everybody's fully aware of what's being proposed. And the locations themselves are in the agenda packet, and they're there to be seen. And certainly Ryan, myself, Paige, Captain Long, Jane could answer questions about these things. And so that's really it. You know, this was not an easy task, but it was an important one. And I'm glad we did the work on it, because I think we ended up with a product that is quite good. So that's all, Mayor. And yeah, and Paige was there as well, so she may have a few words or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go in order of hands raised, if you don't mind. Okay, Councilmember Obagi.
Maybe Councilmember Conjure.
Do you want to go next?
Sure. What I would add is, you know, you had touched on this, that this program has evolved over decades. And just for the community to understand, all of these locations were added by the direction of the council over a very long period of time, like I said, decades. And once they were there, they haven't moved. This is the first exercise that I'm aware of, and we've reviewed this, that we have kind of evaluated all these locations. And that's important because communities change, traffic patterns change, and we need to use our resources in the most effective, meaningful ways. And I think, and Mayor, you pointed out, we do now, with this proposal, have a crossing guard at the Artesia and Bike Path intersection, where we have hundreds of kids moving from North Redondo to Adams Middle School, down to RUHS. And that is a heavy trafficked area, and it is hard to say to parents, I'm sorry we don't have more resources. But this has been it's highlighted an issue, and I will say it is not a cost issue. The cost of this program is less than 0.5% of our budget. This is a staffing issue that we can't sustain anymore. You know, Captain Long has weighed in on this as far as the call outs. It's inappropriate and irresponsible of us to take officers and put them on these spaces when we have other community needs. And so this is why we've evaluated this program. We have, I think since I've been on council, talked about the crossing guard program in how can we get away from the contract part of that. It's more expensive. We've done recruiting campaigns through social media. We've tried working with the school district in volunteer programs through students, through parents to sign up as volunteer crossing guard, staff these locations. And it hasn't panned out.
We've raised the pay. Remember?
We've raised the pay. It's minimum $20 an hour now.
Yeah, it's significant raise, yeah.
But That's not to say that we can't support a volunteer sign-up program, through the school district or others. And I'm very pleased with the way we've really dug into this. This has taken since the start of the school year. So this isn't something that we just whipped up. We've been doing a lot of outreach, and the numbers that are in the data are literal officers or traffic folks that we have in our staff that are out there counting pedestrians, unaccompanied minors crossing the street, adults, bicycles, and number of cars. So it's been an all hands on deck event for this whole program. And we are also, Councilman Barrett mentioned this, it's not that we're going to propose that a crossing guard not be there and not support in other ways. The infrastructure amendments that we can look to, as well as some education for community members, much like we do with the e-bikes. Our police department, when we've talked about this, providing a course over the summer, having students and parents learn how to cross the street properly or just safely. What's the best way to do that? Eye contact, looking both ways, obviously, but sometimes these courses just highlight the need in a community and in fact, just make us feel a little bit safer. As a parent, my kids learn many times better from someone else than they do me. So I appreciate that engagement. And it was also mentioned to me, and I just wanted to bring this up to staff, that I will find out the name of it, but it was mentioned to me that there's substantial grant funding for infrastructure for safe streets or safe routes to school.
Yeah.
So if you don't already have that, or, I can find the name, and may be redundant, but I'm happy to pass that along. So thank you for, all of you. Councilman Barrett, you spent a lot of time on this as well. I will be hosting, like I said, a meeting at Jefferson Elementary School on May 20th at 6:30. I'm happy to talk to any and all parents, residents, students that have questions about this. These are not easy decisions to make. I think we all feel like we're connected to the crossing guard, that we know that the space that they're in is very important. And being in this seat, we have to make difficult decisions, and this is one of them. But what I would like to do is ask that we receive this, and what I would propose is direction for this upcoming school year to be 18, possibly 19 locations with some flexibility. I had some communications with Dr. Wesley. I want to make sure that Paris and some of the concerns that, Ryan, that you had sorted out as far as some of the infrastructure changes, maybe the apron that could be widened to alleviate some bike traffic is addressed, but also that we're a little bit flexible in receiving some community input between now and budget when we make these decisions. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Obaji, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, thank you, Councilmembers Barrett and Kalajerovich, for your leadership, bold leadership on this difficult issue on the subcommittee. Thank you, Senior Engineer Ryan Liu and Ms. Chung. Thank you for your service. Captain Long, thank you. This is a tough issue. If you could show 2B, please. I just want the public to see this in case they didn't catch it the last time. This is the data that everybody's really operating on. It's not just going out and watching streets and hypothecating about how many people are crossing and the like, but using hard data. And actually, Councilmember Waller and I each put this into our different AIs and asked it if it agreed with what Councilmember Barrett and Councilmember Kalajerovich had and the subcommittee had put out. And it didn't disagree, right? there's general agreement that they had chosen the best intersections. Not to say that I didn't have some slight disagreements, but again, it's not based necessarily exactly on the data, but on biases. And so a bias I have, and you'll see them in the red boxes here. First, I wasn't ever expecting us to cut down to 18. I thought we'd go down to 22 from 28. I didn't think that we were going to go down to 18. And I had the same notion that the mayor had, or at least he started it in me, is why can't we just do 19 or 20 and just, if the person calls out, leave it unguarded and just let everybody know, look, we were going to attempt to cross these places, but one day your crossing guard's going to be out, they're out, and we're not going to cover it. Because I'll say, separately, I've gotten great feedback about the presence that the Redondo Beach PD has had in North Redondo enforcing traffic on Artesia, Grant and Blossom specifically. People are really appreciating their presence, and I would hate for that to be reduced just to have, to have police officers fulfilling these crossing guard functions. Okay, so another bias was I also consulted with Dr. Wesley and heard about this Paris Middle School. She asked that both of those be retained. And the data does show there are both a significant amount of students or people crossing 155, 137, and cars passing in those areas. Secondly was this Jefferson Elementary School. Because when I first went in, we were talking about getting a person on Ford and Aviation. I went into the front office, said, hey, can I speak to Principal Stanley? He said, you have an appointment? No. Okay, well, look, I don't need to see him, but I just needed to let him know that this crossing guard at Harkness and Carlson is proposed to be moved effective such and such date. And the administrator kind of freaked out in response to that statement. It's like, you're not going to take that crossing guard, blah, blah, this is that, because all the kindergartners and first graders cross there. And I guess Jefferson, I'm sure, just like many of our schools, has a high pedestrian population. A lot of people walk there. So I imagine there's going to be a strong reaction to that. With that said, having spoken to the city manager before this meeting, I did understand that kind of 18 was the firm number. And so I'd be willing to let go of that Jefferson one. And we're just going to have a bad allergic reaction from the public on this issue. There's no two ways about it. And we're potentially going to see more people driving to school and less people walking, and maybe more traffic congestion around the schools because people are not wanting to walk anymore. So in any event, I support the work. I'll vote in favor of the 18 recommended solutions. I would prefer as an alternative, add back in Paris based on the data, and if you're add 2 back in, the Harkness and Carlson as well. That's it, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start out by saying, great work you guys did. I definitely support all the work you did, and if it ends up being that it follows your recommendations and what I want to do or what other people want to do, we can live with it, it's fine. And for the public, if you look at where most of the removals are, quite often it's 1 or 2 blocks from another crossing guard. So it's not that students are being abandoned and having to walk to school and not be able to cross with a guard. They can usually go a couple blocks in a different path and cross. So, it's not that, because I read all the public comments, and every comment is basically, it's like, don't take our guard away. We need that guard. There's no safe way to get to school. It's like there is in general. The Paris North, that's the one that's at Vincent and Lucia. About half the students that come to Paris come from the north, and there is 0 crossing guards for them to use. That would be their only crossing guard. So that would be my argument for that one. If we can afford to have 19 or Councilmember Obaji's 20 crossing guards. So if I was going to prioritize, like he said, we both used our AIs to look at it. originally, way back, we had a whole discussion on, where, if we had to get it down to, we were thinking 22. Which ones would we eliminate? And that's where it's like, well, everything that we eliminated, it agreed with. So, that's sort of where he was saying, it's like, yeah, it generally agreed. The Berlin prospect was the one that stood out to me until I looked at these numbers. And when you look at this, you can see it's very few students are crossing there. It may be a very busy street. Very much like Prospect and Palos Verdes Boulevard. It's a very busy intersection, but the number of students that use it is far smaller, and there is that for everybody that might still be west of Prospect. They can use the other crossing guard at Palos Verdes Boulevard and Alberta. So, that one is still a viable crossing guard for them. So, we're trying to, you didn't really show it here, but the map that had the proposed guard locations had a very good representation of walking paths. It showed the paths that students would take, and I think that's something that the public should look at when they're looking at this meeting to say, okay, what's happened to the guards? Because that map really does show there are paths for the students to walk that are safe. So we're not trying to do anything about, endangering students or make it less safe. And one of the other comments I saw online, some of the people were saying, it's like, what do you mean the city's paying for crossing guards? I thought they were all volunteers. So again, some of the people that might be worried about this always thought that this was just a free thing that was happening, not something that was literally, anywhere from $19,000 to $27,000 per year in cost per crossing guard. And this new consolidated system is going to bring that down to, according to what my numbers show, about $21,000 a year per crossing guard. And again, some of the other comments online, people were thinking, okay, minimum wage, 2 hours a day. It's not 2 hours a day, and it's not minimum wage. Because they were saying, it's like $5,000 for a crossing guard. How come you can't afford more? It's 4 times that. I'm supportive of passing this. I would like to see if we could go to 19 or 20, but I think that's a budget decision, not necessarily. I think we accept this report as it comes, and then when it comes to budget time, we have to figure that out. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Castle.
Just a few points. Initially, I did get some calls on the Beryl and Prospect intersection, but again, looking at the data, and like Councilmember Waller pointed out, it's a large volume of cars, but not a lot of students who actually cross that site. And then if they're crossing Beryl already, there's only one intersection, one street to cross on Prospect on the north side. Secondly, if possible, I would like to keep the crossing guard at Vincent. They're coming out of Paris. And the reason is that you have conflicting traffic from the middle school and the high school. So you have parents and relatively new drivers going to the high school. At the same time, you have middle schoolers, a significant number crossing that street. Because it's not a controlled intersection, there would be a constant flow of kids that would basically bring car traffic to a stop at that street. And one of the things that the crossing guard does there is control that flow of cars and pedestrians on the intersection. So if possible, I'd like to keep that intersection. And then last,
which one was that?
This is the Vincent cross at Paris.
The North Paris.
Okay, north, yeah.
Paris. Because you have all of the kids who live north of the high school who cross right through there and cut through up toward Del Amo. And then lastly, I think a question for the city manager. And this is something just, taking the kids to school that always bugged me was when we were missing a regular crossing guard, that we would have our, sworn officers who, are highly paid for the work that they do, but then they have to get pulled to be a crossing guard for 2 hours in the morning. In addition to the 18 or 19 personnel that we have, is there any way we could get effectively like a substitute pool so that when people do call out, that we have 3 or 4 names that we could call that weren't going to be our sworn officers or?
Yeah, when we The ideal way to do that is through other hired pool-based crossing guards who are effectively out on rotation. They don't have an assigned dedicated spot. They are effectively backup guards that would fill in for vacated spots. So when we say we would staff 18 reliably, it means we're probably going to have a roster of somewhere between 20 and 22 total crossing guards in our part-time staffing pool. That, as you know, our part-time, like any part-time employee, they're going to have the scheduled vacations. They're going to have sick days. They're going to have parent issues. They're going to have loved ones they got to care for. Any number of things they're going to constrain their availability on short notice. That's part of the calculus here. And as we look at our roster going forward, we have some folks that are probably not going to be available to us in the 26-27 year. And it has been a challenge to recruit and retain, even with the adjustments we've made to our pay range and the like. So we'll fill that pool as deeply as we can to sustain the number of locations that are ultimately identified. But we don't have a lot of optimism that we can reliably staff any more than 18 at this current time. So we would have to look at that more carefully if the council were to ultimately cite 19 in the budget. We would have to work to staff up.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Back to Council Member Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
We're going around the cycle.
Yeah, and all fair points and comments raised by the other council members. And these candidly were the same things that were going through our minds on the subcommittee and with the professional staff over the last several months. You know, what we all had, I had a favorite crossing guard location. And you know, that's Robinson Vale. And that's where a lot of the elementary school children are crossing in really large amounts in District 5. And, you know, my preference was to keep that location. And yet, you know, speaking with Council Member Kaladerovich and reviewing kind of, well, what is our metric? Objective data, equity. I said, you know what, that's got to be moved. So I said, hey, we got to meet the 18 number for sustainability for the reasons that have been mentioned. So we have to move that location. And I mention that because we are in this situation where 18 is the number. Unfortunately, maybe in future years that will change. But now we're kind of at the proverbial fork in the road, and you know, we can't pick it up. We got to make a decision. So I would. You know, I wanted to emphasize that. I thought Vincent Lucia was a good point. I had a similar reaction to that. Yet speaking with the professional staff and taking input from the community, our transportation engineer, senior engineer, Ryan Liu, was already meeting with that principal. And the principal agreed and wanted the crossing guard at Emerald Lucia and not at Vincent, and instead opted for traffic calming and tactical safety measures. And so that's taken care of. And we're going to do that at other sites. We're going to do that at the Robinson Vale site I mentioned. And so that's, you know, kind of one of those locations as well. Hey, I'd like to keep it, yet looking at the data and the professional input of our engineer, who again is speaking with the principals. Nobody is being ignored. You know, decided that was the location, and I'm fine with that. And equity says every location, every campus should have one crossing guard at least assigned to it. So I thought that was important. And I won't repeat all the other points. I mean, when you know, if we're going to staff a location, we have to be able to staff that location. And if we disappear because we can't fill it, it kind of brings, you know, inadequate expectations of residents and families, and maybe legal issues. City attorney hasn't been asked to opine on this, but we've heard that set your crossing guard locations, staff those crossing guard locations, keep those. And that goes back to kind of the call outs that we learned a lot about from Captain Long. So with all that said, you know, I would propose and ask for support from the city council and mayor on what's been proposed by the professional staff and put forward by the subcommittee to have the 18 locations as so indicated in the new map. Go with that and, make this decision. I think it's prudent. And for those reasons, I'll make a motion to do just that.
Do we have a second?
I'd like to discuss a tweak before I second it.
A tweak?
Yeah. Slight change.
Okay, what's your tweak?
All right, for 2 points I want to make real quick. And I hate to pick on your crossing guard, Councilmember Barron, but if we go back to 2B, please. If we take a look at McKay, Nelson, Madison, where this hand is, a total of 137 passerbys with 111 vehicles and 3 lanes approaching. Now compare that with Vincent and Lucia, and we have 137 passerbys, so that's the exact same number actually, but 1,003 vehicles and 4 lanes approaching. So doesn't the data tell us, and I have in the back of the mind also a comment from Councilmember Waller, which is the north is getting far more crossing guards than the south, but I realize that it's not necessarily super far north.
He knows why.
So does that not warrant a slight move there? And, replacing that one at Madison with the one at Paris. And before you answer that, I just want to make a point to the parents who are watching and who are, likely to be very upset by this. This is not the end of the world for your kids walking to school. We live in a great PTA community with a lot of great parents out there. I know it because we have room moms in my daughter's kindergarten classroom who go above and beyond every week. It seems like I get an email from them. They're doing some sort of project, especially this week for Teachers Appreciation Week. And so I encourage those activist parents out there to get on social media, put a walking group page up, and figure out by block who's going to lead a walking group. One day of the week, that all it takes is you to do it one day a week. Somebody else can do it another day of the week, and soon you'll have 5 days of the week covered walking kids to school. And in that way, you feel like your kids are more supported on their safe route to school in Redondo Beach. But there are solutions here that we can do in the community to get our kids and not rely entirely on these crossing guards. Because even with these crossing guards at this one intersection, there are many more intersections on the way that we're never going to be able to staff when your kids are walking to school. So those are my thoughts.
I think, good thoughts to raise. Geographically, are there more crossing guards in, North Redondo? Perhaps, but there's 50% more school sites in North Redondo. And so the objective data led us to do, just that. And we didn't dictate that. That came from staff. You mentioned the location at Madison Elementary. That was the other metric we decided upon, that each school have at least one crossing guard, and that's the one crossing guard there. And so that's why we felt it was important and equitable to keep that. A year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, are there further changes and potentially reductions? We'll see. Yet for now, for this first step, we thought it was important to stick with this and keep what's been proposed by the subcommittee.
All right.
I hope I could have your support.
I'll second your motion to accept the subcommittee's recommendations.
Yes, accept subcommittee's recommendations, the 18, including the locations shown here, to begin and support the outreach efforts together with the school district and to make this change effective as of next school year, which is August of this. Anything else? Okay, so that's the motion with the second.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, you had your hand up.
That was it. I already made my points.
Anybody else before I open up the public comment or any substitute motion?
No, I don't know that we need a substitute motion in that, we have budget coming up and there is potential discussion about that. If we're talking about Paris, as I'm thinking about that, and that is the kind of outstanding, what I would potentially make a substitute motion would be to be flexible to 19, but I think we're okay.
All right. Yes.
So what I encourage is, as much as I don't want, we can just finish this now, is us to signal that we're going to have 18, and then he budgets for that, and then we go have a long discussion about crossing guards during the budget and try to make it 19 or 20 at that time. It's like the budget discussions are already going to be long with a lot of force.
I think it's right. I think you're going to be really surprised at what Ryan Liu and the principal at Paris are working on. I was impressed when I heard about it and saw it. So I have full confidence that it's going to be okay. The principal at Paris is supportive of it, as far as I understand, that it's going to be okay. And we're all in this together at Locking Arms. I mean, there's crossing guards moving from different locations. And so I think we're going to be all right. And I agree, let's not reopen this during the fits and throws of the budget to start toggling back and forth in another discussion. So let's make this move forward, and I think we'll be all right.
It is a traditional T intersection, so I think we can go with it because it has stop signs at every corner.
We can add maybe a catty corner stop sign to just.
Okay, let's give Ryan a win.
Yes. No, I'm saying it's traditional.
Ryan's got a new setup with the stop sign being at an
So we've
angle.
got a motion and a second, and I do want to, two things I wanted to emphasize is, one, you said this isn't a budget issue, it's a recruiting and staffing
Well,
issue.
it's primarily a recruiting staff sustainability issue, but you're going to see in a couple of weeks, we have budget issues. So
I understand.
we don't want to compound those.
I understand. Secondly, something that you said, Councilmember Obaji, struck me because our neighbors carpool their kids to school, and they do a trade-off every week, or at certain days of the week. So it seems like, for kids who walk, you could do the same thing. Parents could get together and do what you were talking about. And I know when I first went to kindergarten, it was the first week the parents all walked us through. And then after that, we were on our own, but it was a different time. And that was in a more rural community. So, but I think that's a brilliant idea you brought up, and maybe something we can help facilitate as we go through the education process.
Right. I mean, again, I'm having the community meeting.
Yep.
I expect to get a
Another
lot
pillar
of feedback.
Public safety.
Pillar of community safety.
Okay.
Pedestrian, safe routes to school, pillar,
So-
Pedestrian safety.
I understand your point, and we will be receiving a lot of community feedback.
And maybe I'll add one thing before you open up to public comment. We had a dialogue, Ryan and I, Brian, Chief Springle, and Councilmember Kalajetovich has mentioned this, and Scott's brought this up as well. This pedestrian safety concept and maybe training on that, much like our e-bike program. We've talked about it. We do think we could tailor a pedestrian safety program, particularly towards our younger students, and even perhaps isolate it and identify it for specific school sites. So the program could be specific to that safe route to school and tools of the trade and what to watch for as both a parent chaperone as well as a unaccompanied student walking to those schools. So we're committed to working on programming like that. We talked about it today. We have that capacity, and we do think there's materials out there to support that effort as an education mitigator here as we make these changes.
All right. Okay.
I think we're beating a dead horse at this
ready
point,
for
so I'm going to
public
open it up
comment.
to public comment. Anyone in the audience wish to address the council on this item? Alex, a repeat performer.
You get to hear me again. I could give you the housing angle on this, but I'm going to take my housing hat off
Thank
here and speak to you on this item as a parent of a kindergartner at Barrel Heights with another child about to head there in a couple of years. And I would tell you the story of our crossing guard at Prospect and Barrel and the care that he provides. But I think you've heard enough of that from the comments that you've seen online. I'm not sure that would really make an impact on the discussion. So what I will say is, Councilmember Obaji, you showed the results of the study that the city did. That last column in that study was a list of which of those sites that we studied met the guidance thresholds from the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the state standard for traffic safety. They set clear guidance thresholds on where a crossing guard should be used. 5 of the locations that were on that and met these thresholds are losing their crossing guards, including 4 of them along Prospect, including my crossing site at Beryl and Prospect. I understand staffing difficulties and budget challenges, but the answer here is not to eliminate those locations. The leading cause for death for children in LA County is traffic accidents. And without first implementing serious traffic calming measures and making sure those are done first, like protected bike lanes, bulb outs, reduced speeds, we can't afford to lose crossing guards at those sites. Cutting that $175,000 is really a bet that the city is not going to end up paying a liability settlement to a parent who loses a child at one of those sites, at an intersection we chose to leave unstaffed against state guidance. And if I'm a plaintiff's attorney, the first thing I do is I say, you had a guard there, the state said you should have a guard there, and you knew that you should have a guard there, and you pulled it away anyway. So we need to make sure that those intersections are still staffed according to state guidance until we can make sure that they don't meet that standard, because we've done a good enough job at calming traffic at those specific intersections. So please do the right thing and maintain these crossing guard positions for the safety of our children, and also to ensure that we're not facing a liability settlement for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, quick response. The issue's been raised. The CAM-UTCD is not a requirement for a crossing guard. It's whether you could put a child there to be a crossing guard. And that was, one of the things we were looking at early on. That's why that data point's in there. It's not a requirement. Ryan could speak further to it as needed.
That's correct. Yeah, the California MUTCD, which is the governing document for public streets, does have recommendations for when an adult crossing guard should be considered. It's not shall, it's not highly recommended. They give a lot of deference to local agencies for our unique and local circumstances. But what that section does speak to is, would it meet a threshold that it should be an adult guard versus a child volunteer?
Wow.
Thank you.
You mean like a safety patrol?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Julie Young.
What was the first name?
Julie Young.
Julie. Oh, hi, Julie.
Hi, Julie Young, District 4. I'm calling because the presence of crossing guards in our community sets a precedence. It sets a precedence for safety. It sets a precedence just for a general sense of community. And taking away crossing guards is going to give people a sense that walking to school isn't as safe as driving would be. So you're going to make it so that parents are going to prefer to drive, and then they're going to continue to drive, continuing to put more vehicles on the road. While I love the idea of people getting together and walking, and I have tried it in my community, it is hard for a huge variety of reasons. And based on where I live and the schools my kids go to, and mind you, for those that don't know, I am finishing up my 11th year of walking to school back and forth. It's literally been thousands of times. And I have never had the privilege of crossing with a crossing guard, and neither have my children, because of the route we physically have to take to be able to safely get to school, because strollers won't fit, bikes won't fit. It doesn't make sense for us to go away where there is the potential of having one crossing guard. So again, you're setting a precedence by taking crossing guards away. I understand you're restricted by budget and personnel, but the sense of community we lose by not having this available is going to be a really hard pill to swallow. Thank you.
If I can just quickly comment. No? Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, just repeat, we are not taking away the crossing guard program. It's going to be one of the most robust crossing guard programs in the South Bay, and we know that. So we're all supportive of crossing guards, and have the highest respect for Ms. Young and everyone who calls in. But I wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay, I see no more Zoom. However, for e-comments, We receive 19 who oppose and 1 support. Oh, wait a minute, we got some hand raised. Hold on. So Todd Lowenstein?
Hi, Todd.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Thank you. My first time actually calling in since leaving school. So I have some unique experience here. I'm a former city council member of District 2, and I'm a former school board president of the Redondo Beach Unified School District. And I served on the subcommittee between the city and the school district. I'm a huge supporter of the school district. Both my kids went through K through 12. And I will tell you, from a previous time I was on the school board turned to this previous city manager and asked, hey, can the city spare police to direct traffic for football games? And I was astounded that the city wanted to charge for that. However, things have actually changed a lot. And by my calculations, what's missing here is a discussion about the school district's partial responsibility to support this program. By my calculations, there are $440,000 spent on school resource officers, of which 50% is covered by the city, by the school district, and another $522,000 in crossing guards, which is almost $1 million. So of that, 22% is covered by the school district, and the rest is covered by the city, which is putting you guys in the untenable position of having a structural deficit. Now, I bring this up because I know how school bonds work, but the city just passed a school bond of $278 million, and school bonds are only supposed to be met for capital expenditures. However, the school district uses the money that they were spending from the general fund on deferred maintenance now as part of their general fund and not having to spend money from their general fund. It's used from the school bonds to meet some of these obligations, which means that there is money in the school district's budget to actually meet some of these crossing guards. And I say this because I don't have the shackles of being an elected official anymore. But I do have the experience of working with bonds in both organizations. And I believe that the school district should have responsibility for replacing some of these crossing guards. So I'm very much in support of what you guys are doing. I know it's very painful for parents. There's nothing more important than we safeguard the safety of our kids. So I think everybody needs to understand that. But I think the school district also has some responsibility here to help you guys make this happen. The last thing I would say is, and this is
Todd, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
May I ask for just 30 seconds?
We don't do extensions.
We don't do extensions anymore.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Todd.
Let me very quickly respond. Very quick, we met with.
Okay.
Okay, I have another,
Go.
So we did meet with the school district and all the principals, and I will say from firsthand experience, they were very thankful for what we're doing. They all but praised our generosity, and that's why they're so supportive and understanding of these changes we're making, I think, to a person, and also why they are going to be, and Jane had mentioned it, one of the first groups to handle all communications, if any, on this, and really be the face of the program in that respect. So I do want to give credit to the school on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
yes. Aaron All-Awar.
Go ahead, Aaron.
All right, hello. I'm a resident of District 4. I live in the neighborhood that is closest to the Aviation and Ford intersection, and my kids do go to Jefferson Elementary School. And obviously, I'm very concerned about the reduction of crossing guards around the Jefferson area, specifically because in the proposed plan for Jefferson, it states that there will be one crossing guard at Flagler and Halfmeyer, and then you are calling the crossing guard at Aviation and Ford a Jefferson crossing guard. When you read this study that was done and actually dig into the data, and I'm going to directly quote from the study about what happens at Aviation and Ford. Here's what it says. During a 90-minute AM school peak period observation window, no student pedestrians were observed crossing this intersection, although 29 non-students did use it. A total of 33 students crossed on bikes or e-bikes, with approximately half traveling toward Miracosta High School, I believe that should have actually said Redondo Union, and the other half traveling toward Adams Middle School. So the fact that the aviation Ford Guard is being called a Jefferson Guard does not make any sense at all. We need to get that guard moved back to Jefferson so we can at least have 2 guards there. Of course, we would want to keep all 4, but that intersection does not warrant a guard. I see the current guard sitting most of the time that has been moved there. And I absolutely supported the petition of the students that caused the guard to be moved there when I was under the impression that we were going to be adding a guard. However, if we're removing guards from Jefferson to put them at Aviation and Ford, the data doesn't support it. It makes no sense. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's see the next caller.
Go ahead, Councilmember Obaji, very quickly.
Oh, the next caller.
Go for it.
Okay.
Okay, so Danielle Wagner.
Go ahead, Danielle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm also opposed to the reduction of the crossing guards. I know that there's a lot of room for debate about where they're going to be moved in the future and things like that. I'm hoping that you keep saying it's a recruitment issue, not a budget issue. So I would love to lean into looking at new staffing strategies first before we start cutting them. I also I'm not excited about putting this on to the PTA or the parents as an extra thing for them to be accountable for. If you are a PTA parent, you know how busy we already are, and this is one more complicated thing that is not going to happen. You have said that you're not going to make the changes until next year, but that's not true. You did move the Jefferson, Flagler, and Morgan crossing guard to Ford and Aviation already. There is no traffic calming procedures in place at the intersection where you moved her from. So there's no reduction in traffic or speed or anything because you just moved her already. There are people running that stop sign. There's e-bikes running that stop sign, which also makes me question your e-bike safety program. There's cars running that stop sign. My neighbor got hit by a car there and she's an adult. So I'm very concerned about that intersection. And it definitely shouldn't count towards Jefferson's 2 crossing guards, especially if you're claiming that everyone would have a safe route to get to the school. On the opposite side of the school, there is no safe route. You have to have 2 for Jefferson at least. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have Courtney Hughes.
Yep, I'm here. I just wanted to say, so I'm a resident of District 4. I'm the parent of a Washington Elementary student. And I have some general concerns with this plan as a whole. I think to be looking at a reduction in cost, even though I know we keep saying it's a staffing issue, we can't overlook the fact how much the budget element of this has been discussed. And we can't minimize that. So I definitely want it noted that I don't think that children's safety is an area that as a community we should be trying to save money. I also have a lot of questions about the data that was presented. I think that calling it objective data, I would be very curious to hear. I know that you had individuals go out and stand and manually collect that data at different times, but was that sourced within our community? Was it sourced by an independent third party? Considering it objective, if it was conducted by Redondo Beach City employees, is just not reasonable in my opinion. And it does sound like this is a bit of a done deal. So what I would like to say is I have a lot of concerns with the fact that going for the reduction and having it implemented at the 26-27 school year, which begins in August. So we're looking 3, maybe 4-ish months down the line. It's simply not enough time for the different measures that you were talking about putting in place, both the safety measures at the different crosswalks where we'd be removing a crossing guard, as well as the parent information and community feedback. city government just does not move efficiently, even when we try to. So expecting to have all of that completed in 4 months is a very, very aggressive and interesting timeline. So I think as part of any future steps, seeing specifically what measures are going to be implemented at what specific crosswalks and the expected timeline for those to be put in place before the beginning of the 26-27 school year would be necessary to even kind of help parents feel comfortable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes Zoom.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett, your hand's still up?
It is. I meant to bring it down, but it's up. I'll just say we've heard some comments tonight of concern. I'll say that I've already begun pulling residents throughout not just my district, but pretty much everywhere in Redondo Beach. And they've been supportive, and these are parents who are taking kids to school. They've been supported for various reasons, including one that Brad Waller had mentioned. They thought these were all volunteers and didn't realize that these were actually active duty police in a lot of instances. So I'm fully comfortable with this. I actually refereed a game with a crossing guard over the weekend. They're a great group. And so thanks for letting me mention that.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Just to Ms. Alwar's point, the aviation Ford, I realize that might be in the report, but I don't know how the city was deducing where the kids are heading, but you and I both saw, all of us saw, the kids here come and ask for a crossing guard, come back to thank us for a crossing guard, and then I see them every morning when I drop off my daughter, I see them at the school. So I know that they're going to Jefferson, and that Jefferson does have, 2 crossing guards. With that said, yeah, I wish Jefferson had a crossing guard on every corner, but that's just not the environment that we're in right now. And so we're going to have to step up what our parents do at this time, because we've got to, at least get one crossing guard to every school in the district, in the city. So.
Which, Mayor, if I could just add a point, we have done a lot of BRRs on this, and we didn't really belabor this particular point in the staff report, but one of the foundational bases for this review was the fact that we have an extraordinary program currently, one that outpaces our neighbors very significantly on a per guard, per site basis across the board. We're unique in Redondo. Even at 18, we're going to exceed our neighbors' commitment to school crossing guards in the region. So it's probably worth noting. We didn't, again, emphasize that in the staff report because that's kind of a basis of fact that we've already established through these kind of progressive discussions, but I thought it was worth noting given some of the comments tonight.
Yeah, and I'll throw in a final comment before I call the vote. I was in the Air Force. I've lived in a number of communities through my career when I was in the Air Force, and I would say I was actually surprised when I got on council and saw how many crossing guards that the city provides and that the school doesn't do that. Because in the other communities, it seemed the school was more responsible than the city. In fact, most of it was the school. So I think we're a victim of you overachieve, and then when you try to pull it back, it's accepted as a standard of care. And I don't think people realize we're way above what other communities do, as you were alluding to. And I've seen that across, not just in this area, but across the country. In fact, most of the places I was at, it's all volunteers going out there and safety patrol and parents and things like that. So I think the city goes above and beyond, and that set expectations. So with that, I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you. N2, this is a discussion about our refuse services through Athens, and does involve refuse rate adjustments. So look forward to hearing the staff summary on this.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Wingy from the Public Works Department. Tonight, we are nearing the culmination of a long process to review a second amendment to the Athens contract. You are, of course, familiar with the contract and the amendment. We've met several times on this, and we'll remind you of decisions taken in the last few months that have brought us to this point tonight. Earlier this year, we discussed pricing structure for the customer rates, and we're moving forward with the Prop 218 process. Tonight, we are bringing an update on the additional terms that we've been negotiating with the Athens staff, not related to pricing, for review with an eye to a final approval of an amendment in 2 weeks' time. Andrea will be presenting tonight some of the history that we've been through, highlighting key terms of the amendment not related to pricing, and then summarizing some of the continued and improved benefits of the agreement. We also have most of our audience is Athens personnel, it looks like, at this time in the room, and they're all here ready to answer questions for you, as we on staff are as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andrea.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. Mayor and Council, you'll be happy to hear that with that synopsis, my presentation is almost done. I think Andy's covered most of what we are needing to hear tonight. We are here to consider the Athens Services Second Amendment in advance of the May 19th public hearing and formal consideration and approval of the Athens Second Amendment. So 2 weeks from now, we'll be back to have to open the public hearing, consider the rates, and formally review and consider the Second Amendment. But tonight's an opportunity for you to see that in advance, and if you have any questions, we will be here to answer them. Staff has been before Council at various stages of this process to provide updates and to solicit input from Council. So some of these slides may seem a little familiar, so we will move through them. Reminder that Athens Services has been a partner of the city. They've been our exclusive franchise hauler since 2011. The current agreement, the term is set to expire on June 30th, 2028. They are the largest service vendor contract in the city, and they're providing their services to nearly every resident and business in the city. Again, as a reminder, there have been a number of external industry drivers that initially necessitated changes to the agreement. We've discussed in the past the closure of the waste-to-energy facility in Long Beach, the closure of a number of landfills in LA County and beyond, and then the need for Athens to collect 3 streams from all of their customer base to comply with the Senate Bill SB 1383, or the short-lived climate pollutant reduction strategy. So again, as Andy mentioned, we have been in front of Council a number of times to gather input and to get direction from Council. Athens first approached the city in March 2024 with the need to amend the contract based on that closure of that waste-to-energy facility in Long Beach. About a year later, in March of 2025, Athens approached the city in a response to changes and clarifications to state-mandated regulations, additional changes to the terms. And all of that proposal is in your packet this evening in the Second Amendment draft and the appendices. We came back to Council in May 2025 to get additional feedback from you all, and we have been working with the Athens team to finalize the additional terms that we have brought before you this evening. In advance of next week's meeting, you gave us direction to initiate the Prop 218 process. We've done that. Notices have been mailed to all customers, residential and commercial in the city, and we've done all of the necessary public noticing. So just to remind us of those last 2 meetings and the actions that were taken, in January 2026, Council really tackled the rate structure and gave staff direction to move forward with the rates as noted with the reclassification of multifamily 5+ units as commercial. We're bundling all of those customer services, that trash, recycling, and organics. And it was noted at that meeting that single-family residential and multifamily unit rates will not be impacted. Council also gave staff direction to continue to negotiate with Athens on the changes to the remaining terms. We've been working on that since our last meeting with you all, and that is what is before you this evening. We will be ready on May 19th to hold that public hearing and review the final draft amendments. So what were those other key changes to terms that we've been working with Athens since we last were in front of council? Firstly, the term of the agreement is now proposed to be an extension to June 30th, 2036. That's a 10-year term from now, but an 8-year extension to the current term. The transformation or that waste energy target has been removed, obviously necessitated by the fact that that facility is no longer available for use. With that, the diversion requirement that was in the First Amendment is being adjusted, again, necessitated by the removal of transformation as a diversion component. Athens Services have also requested the inclusion, after a required 5-year noticing period, of roll-off services in our contract with Athens Services. Athens have also requested a scout service fee to assist them with cost recovery for this service to our bid customers in the city. And a final highlight, maybe not so much for our residents and our commercial customers, but for the city, there were a lot of requirements with relation to state mandates, and specifically right now SB 1383, and this solidifies our response to those mandates and to the requirements. So a question we hear asked often is are the proposed changes good for the city? And the staff fully recommends the proposed changes. We believe that this agreement will ensure continuity of very high value service with Athens Services. We've discussed at a lot of our prior meetings not just the baseline standard service that Athens provides to our customers on a weekly basis, but also that value added that they provide both customers, the residents and commercial businesses, and also the city. Some of them are in front of you on this slide this evening. Just a solid record for all of their solid waste programs. That free, we have it in quotations, 4 weekly bulky item pickups and e-waste pickups per week. So essentially free bulky item pickup for our residents, pickup of city facility solid waste and all of our city can collections, four events, 2 HHW and document shredding events, and then 2 standalone document shredding events. We have street sweeping services and just the excellent partnership that Athens provides many of our community events throughout the city on an annual basis. Also, this contract will stand us in good stead to continue to address state regulatory changes with the implementation of the amendment. The 3-stream collection will be implemented for all customers across all of the categories. We were well aware that our residents all have the 3 carts that they put out each week, but there were other collection services provided to other categories. Now it will be a 3-stream collection to comply fully with SB 1383 requirements. Some of the other hidden gems, as I like to think of them, in the contract that help me as a staff person help the city comply with SB 1383. We have the very popular compost giveaways that our residents attend 4 of those annually. It's about 80 tons of compost that Athens, full circle, some of that waste that we are putting into our green kitchen pails are coming back to help feed our gardens and our community gardens and schools, and even sometimes city facilities. And finally, on this slide, we just noted that Athens has, through this contract, agreed to support 100% the city's SB 1383 recycling product purchase targets, and that's of great benefit, both financially to the city, but also in terms of an efficient method of procuring this and not having to be a staff burden on staff time. It's a challenging target to meet, and we're very grateful that Athens is continuing to manage that on the city's behalf. And then the last slide I have for you all this evening is very important. We're heading into budget season. This amendment, staff asserts, provides stability for the future going forward. It helps mitigate some of the impacts of rising costs in solid waste. It provides rate structure certainty for our residents and our businesses for the foreseeable future. It delivers mandated services efficiently, going back to that procurement of recycled materials. Athens can really help us with the delivering of some of these services given their large scale, doing that efficiently. And it supports city administration of solid waste programs, which is, as I think you've all been learning, a very complex and increasingly complex environment. So it better supports the city into those endeavors. And so the last comment that I will make is a reminder of something that was said by our HF&H consultants. In light of all of these positive benefits with the amendment, we are still, of the 7 neighboring cities surveyed by HF&H consultants, Redondo Beach still meets or exceeds service levels in all reviewed areas by that external consultant survey, and with competitive rates for residents and for our commercial customers. So with that, I will turn it over to you all for questions. As Andy said, we have a great many members of Athens Services here who can speak to any specific questions you might have. But the recommendation from staff is to provide input regarding the proposed second amendment, and then to direct us to return to City Council on May 19th for that public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Excellent briefing. When I was discussing this prior to the meeting, I missed a meeting that Councilmember Barrett, Councilmember Obaji had. Are you, after the discussions you had today, are you satisfied with what you heard?
Well, I'm certainly satisfied for the answers that we received from our professional staff, Andy and Andrea. Have some questions about the document perhaps, and certainly want to hear from the other council members about it. So I'm happy to speak to that if you'd like, or.
Let me just go in order.
Go in order, please.
Okay. Yeah. I do have one question for Athens. If someone could come up. It's not really addressed in here, but I stumbled on an article when I was looking up clean air standards. It said, you know, in California, I think it's 2042, all trash vehicles have to convert to electric. Are you planning to phase into electric vehicles? Since this is such a long period for a contract, will you be transitioning to electrical vehicles as we go through this, or what's your projection there?
Yeah, first of all, my name is Christian Warner. I'm a Senior Vice President at Athens Services. Good evening, and thank you for having us here tonight. At Athens, we are always looking forward in regards to truck laws here in California. One great example is when California moved from diesel to CNG, for example. We were way ahead of the 8 ball. And so not only are we following the laws that are there in the state, but we're planning in advance. The other thing that we do is we're looking at the electric vehicle industry. It's not quite there yet for large trash vehicles. They're doing a lot of testing of electric trash vehicles in different cities. We're finding that trash vehicles are being left on hills because they can't make it up a hill. Their load capacity shrinks because they need to put a certain amount of batteries on the truck. And so the ability to capture all your trash shrinks. And so there's a lot of things that the industry is working out. But as soon as those laws come to fruition and it's available and it's efficient, we're going to move in that direction as well. Yeah.
And so
We don't
you
know
won't
when
come
that
back with an
exact time will be.
amendment to change over to EVs and during the period of this contract.
We really can't say if it will be or if it won't. For all those reasons, we have to kind of wait and see what the industry allows and then what the state laws demand. But part of the contract, Mayor, does require us to be in compliance with state laws.
Well, that was my specific question, was I saw this law takes effect in 2042, that all trash trucks have to be EVs, and that's what generated this question. I want to make sure we're not committing a future council to a big uptick in rates because of this state mandate that we know is on the books today. So I'm not sure I got an answer. The answer you said you're not sure. You may come back with a rate change.
Just as a reminder, Mayor, that this term of this potential extension will be 2036, and we can begin to reconsider probably a couple of years before the
No, I
expiration.
know, but if they're transitioning early.
Right, correct. Just for another point of reference, the bus industry has been mandated to go to all electric buses by 2028. That's been, if not officially, but unofficially deemed to be almost impossible to do.
It's just a question I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure the answer.
This may be instructive, but part of the appendix, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Wingy or Mr. Warner, regarding the rate changes year after year include an index for the cost of the trucks. So if the truck becomes way more expensive, then it's going to be part of our rate change. Is that right? Is that right?
I'm not sure I'd make that assumption. The last amendment we did for this contract included some extraordinary rate changes that had to do with changes in state law and other things. So I think those provisions are still available to Athens if we get to that point in the 10-year period. But again, that would be something that a future council would have discretion over, and the ability to address that as the facts became more relevant in that time period.
So if they try to transition early and charge us for that, the future council has a way out?
Well, our contract now doesn't include any provision for them to change the trucks without our consent.
Okay.
And charge us for it.
And I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but I typically their vehicles are on an 8 to 10 year replacement cycle. So
10-year.
There isn't likely to be a transition to electric within our initial 10-year term. They would presumably make another transition on those vehicles, purchase new vehicles for any prospective amendment or extension. I think that's likely when this gets addressed.
That assumes they're all brand new right now.
There generally are.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Our vehicles are constantly being replaced with brand new vehicles, so to speak, and then those have a 10-year life. When these truck laws are passed, they typically give the industries that they're asking to use the electric vehicles time to allow their current vehicles to fully depreciate.
I guess my short answer, Mayor, would be I expect this to be an issue for the next extension discussion.
Okay.
I agree.
Let's see, Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you. I've got one question. I'm not sure who answers it necessarily. On your slide and on all of our previous discussions, it talked about residential at 4 units or less staying the same. 5.3.1 here says that residential dwellings of 3 units or less shall receive cart service. Is that the cart service will be there, but the rates will? Because you talked about rates, but not carts, so.
2 issues there, yeah.
Yeah, 2 issues, right? We have really 3 categories of service. This, what we call residential, traditionally single family up to 3 units. We've had multifamily, and then we've had commercial. We have converted, or by this amendment, we'd be converting the multifamily into commercial for every multifamily with 5 units or more. The multifamily with 4 units, although it's its own category, still stays the same as the residential
The rates
units.
stay the same, but it's just cart versus bin is the only thing. Okay, that's clarification, perfect on that. Otherwise, just a few comments. I've passed this on previously as well to Sharon, but I'd say the biggest comment that I get from residents is that they would like to see the street sweepers using more water when they sweep. There's a lot of, I forwarded videos of Pigpen going by with the street sweeper. So I understand water, drought, environment, all that, but reducing the dust is a big thing. And it's odd that, the comments that I get aren't about how often things get picked up or what gets picked up or doesn't get picked up. It's literally the street sweepers, which is something that is provided for free as part of this contract, which is, they say, you should, it's like, you should get your money's worth on that. It's like, well, we are, but that's my one comment there as feedback is just being able to have that water use is you can respond to that if you'd like, but
Yeah, hold it down.
Eventually it makes it up to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gary Clifford, Senior Executive Vice President of Athens. All of our trucks actually have GPS so we can monitor the water flow. Anytime that happens, please contact your staff. We'll get right on it. We can send that person actually the flow, and I think it's important. There is a flow on those, and it's not less or more. It's a pretty decent flow, and you guys provide plenty of water for us, and so we'll take care of that. I also wanted you to note, since the previous discussion about crossing guards, I'm also the president of my school district in my beautiful small city. Your contract provides for free service for all of your schools. That's a big deal. That's a big deal that you guys should be really proud of. So in addition to what you're doing with crossing guards, I just wanted to remind you that that's a pretty good sum, and you guys are very good citizens to the district for providing that service, and that's a big part of this contract too. So I just wanted to remind you of that as you were thinking about this tonight. But we'll take care of that water issue and make sure and communicate. Please communicate that to your staff so they can communicate back to you.
I will continue to do that. And then the other thing, when people are concerned about the rate increase for commercial, I think what they really need to pay attention to is the ability to probably save money. I know that most of the office uses, the major component of their trash is paper. And when you go to 3-stream, you can probably cut the bin that you have in half because most of it is paper. And for the restaurant industry, it's paper and green waste is the far bulk of what they use. So even though these restaurants have these huge, multi-yard containers for trash, when they go to 3 streams, I think they will actually end up saving money. So I think that's something that we all need to make sure that we emphasize to people when they come to us and say, wait a second, our rates are going up for commercial. How come you raise those rates? You didn't raise the others. And Athens has promised to work with these companies to optimize the size of their bins. That's it for me, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to pick up on what's been asked, what's been said, including from our presenters, this really was a lot of work to do this. I mean, council participated, we reviewed it, we gave input, but I could say just following the process and certainly culminating in today when Councilmember Obaji and I were fortunate enough to be able to spend quite a bit of time with Ms. Dunlap and Director Wingy reviewing these items. It was impressive the amount of work that's gone into this independently and hand in glove with HF&H at various points and many others. There's a lot in here. I mean, these agreements are layered and have a lot of different items in them. And kind of what stood out to Councilmember Obaji and I as sort of the 3 big interests in play are, because there are interests. One is Athens, and they have, and we know they've been an historically great provider. I see John is back there with Sharon And thank you, Christian, for being here and bringing your numbers. And I see you're still working on that even now. And Gary, of course, who's always kind of been A1 when it comes to customer service and everything else, and appreciates the work we do as a fellow elected. So we thought it was important to ensure that Athens gets a fair and reasonable rate so they can continue to provide the services they provided. And we think this accomplishes that. Kind of the second interest was that of kind of the city writ large. There are clearly expenses associated with the city administering and supervising this program and being involved. And so, you know, there are items in here that I think fairly recognize that, whether it may be a marginal fee that is commensurate with the cost of administration or other things. And, you know, making sure that the city is not brought along, so to speak, and that we're not in a situation where just by having this contract, we're losing out, and we know we're in kind of a budget situation to be. And again, reviewing it today with staff, that box seems to be checked. And if I'm missing something, I know we'll hear from Andy and Andrea on that. So that was important. And then the final interest in I think Councilmember Obaji said it best. It's the interest of the residents who ultimately we've been elected to represent. And yes, Athens needs to be recognized in the city, but ultimately, what about the residents, right? That's, you know, fidelity to the residents and our businesses to an extent as well. And there's items in here that will impact businesses. And going through a number of these items, many of which were noted in the presentation, this appears to be a fair bargain for residents as well. And I know Andy and Andrea worked in good faith with our partners at Athens to ensure that. And it's not easy because there are increasing costs, and we've heard about them, and the mayor's mentioned them. And that's, you know, the cost of getting what I think we recognize as great service from Athens. And a lot of other cities aren't as fortunate to have that. So how do we do that? And I think Councilmember Waller put his finger right on it. What's the paradigm? What's the dichotomy? What works best administratively and for residents? And it does seem that making the major change, if you even want to call it that, to the agreement by focusing in on multifamily 5-unit or more residences who have, you know, kind of by nature and intuitively a commercial character to them, in making the majority of the adjustments right there. So I thought that was fair, and Councilmember Obaji has spoken to that as well. For, you know, what I'll call everyone else, residents of the city who are in a multifamily or 4 units or less, or single family or something else, the impacts financially to them are less. They're not non-existent. They're still part of the contractual adjustment mechanism in the contract year over year. It's CPI, less energy, less food. That adds up. Yet, you know, we do need some metric, and that seemed to be appropriate. A number of the other benefits that are in the agreement have already been highlighted. It's the extensive bulky waste pickup. It's a lot of the things that we've heard about. So I won't repeat all of those. I think other council members may want to get into that themselves. But I would say overall, I'm quite satisfied with what's here. It's not perfect. It's not, you know, completely one-sided in the favor of the city, but, you know, that's part of a negotiation. So I appreciate that. I did have a quick question, if I could, Mayor, yes, for either Gary or Christian about the issue you raised on the electric vehicles, if I could. So if either of you gentlemen would like to come on up. So just to kind of understand it, the electric vehicle requirement in your industry as well, for waste hauling, if you will, that is coming within the next 8 years or so?
We believe it's coming.
Okay.
We just cannot give anyone here a specific date of when it will be here.
It's coming.
Because there's so many variables right now.
And at a minimum, you're estimating that, hey, it's coming, and you're thinking about that cost of operations, and you'll handle it as you need to in the future, if and when it happens.
As the city manager, I think he said it best, that it will most likely be addressed when this current term coming up is over. It will probably definitely be in the next contract term, if you will.
Okay. Definitely in the next contract term, most likely.
That's what I
Could come
think.
on this, and I defer to you on this since you're in the weeds. Possibly, though, in this period of the existing contract that we're speaking to right now, we could have the electric vehicles, and I know they don't work great, but you're at least kind of planning and anticipating for that when you're crunching the numbers. I would hope for this.
Yeah, I would say during this term, we are anticipating things to happen. And, we're trying to figure it out and to test it and to do pilot programs, even with some of our smaller trucks, smaller pickup type trucks, might be electric that we can.
You're not going to be caught flat-footed where we're in a situation, and you're able to spring into action if needed and do what needs to be done on that.
Definitely won't be caught off guard. We will be taking care of not only your city, but all of our cities.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. And it gives me a higher level of confidence because with the extraordinary adjustments, what's not included is costs that could be estimated and known now. So we won't see that as part of a extraordinary adjustment going forward in this contract because fortunately Athens is already thinking about that. So, that's even greater certainty that we won't have to eat a big bump during this period under the heading of extraordinary adjustment. So that gives me confidence that that won't be part of that calculation. So that's all. Thank you, Christian.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, I just thank you for articulating all those points so well. We've gone over this several times. This is not our first meeting on this.
Parroting what I heard from our folks.
I know. Great work. Thank you so much. I just wanted to give kudos to Athens. I was, to Brad's point about the street sweepers, I was walking down a street in my neighborhood and a street sweeper passed by, stopped, backed up, and went one more time through. I didn't point anything out. It was just, that's what they did. And
I knew you were watching.
They knew who I was. They knew who I was. And in another encounter, I was meeting with residents, talking about some street improvements in the neighborhood. The Athens trash truck comes by, and they're like, God, look at that new truck. I was like, oh, there it is. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, this is just total garbage. And nobody does garbage better than Athens. I will say that I want to say one of the reasons why I'm so satisfied with Athens is because of the great customer service that Sharon Shapiro-Fox provides to us. She's on top of everything. I've gotten actually several complaints about street sweeping in my district just in this last week, but it's more of an enforcement issue on the police side than the trucks not hitting it and cars being in the way of the truck, so the truck has to go around. But she's on top of it, and she then reached out to the chief, even though Mike, city manager, also reached out to the chief, try to get enforcement there. So I want to thank Councilmember Barrett for his 14-point questions to staff. And by the way, some of these points had A, B, C questions beneath them. And it was about an hour, he says, for some point in time, it was an hour-and-a-half meeting with Director Wingy and Ms. Dunlap. So, and thank you for your excellent responses. They had actually responses on everything and detailed responses. And we drilled down on a lot of issues, like, for example, whether that in that Appendix B that is our matrix for how prices are increased every year, whether the truck price should apply to the factor to be considered in increasing the Scout price every year, because the Scout doesn't use the big heavy truck, and so why should that be included? But we figured out when we did the calculation that like it was going to be a tiny couple dollars, by the user every year if we mess with that, and not worth the squeeze of rejiggering a whole calculation alike. But we drilled down deeply on it. So I agree with everything that's been said, and as I indicated before for my poll with the residents, everybody really appreciates the excellent service that Athens is providing in Redondo Beach, and we just ask that you continue to do so.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So I will tell you, having been in the federal government, we were almost forced to compete at least every 10 years, actually more frequently on service contracts. So this was one of the first things that came up when I was appointed to be mayor. And so I was skeptical on going all the way out to 2036 with what was already contracted, the length of the current contract. But I will tell you through the whole process, which is you described every step that we've gone through. I'm convinced that we couldn't get a better deal by competing this. And a lot of it was a comparison to the other cities on top of some of the extraordinary services, the bulk pickup, the service to the schools and all of that. So, and the street sweeping. So I don't think there's a better deal to be had out there. I think we'd probably have to separate street sweeping if we did a competition, which would complicate everything and probably drive the overall cost up if we separated those two. So I'm very supportive of this. I appreciate all the work you put into it. I trust that if you're confident with the answers you got, I'm going along with you because you did a lot more due diligence on this document that we had than I've been able to do.
And I'm confident there are uncertainties. It's not perfect. There are things that could happen with the agreed upon rate adjustment, labor, things like that. There are some other things, but all of that said, no agreement's perfect. And I think, like you said, this is a good bargain for us under all circumstances. And the track record of Athens, really kind of justifies it. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion before I open it up to the public input?
Motion to
approve the draft terms of the agreement and direct staff to prepare for the
proposed second amendment.
Exactly, Mayor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What it says on the screen.
Yes.
What it says on the screen. That's what he moved.
Second amendment to the agreement or direct staff to prepare it and draft it and prepare the contract for final approval and execution following conclusion of the May 19 public hearing.
There you go.
To consider refuse rate adjustments.
Do you have a second? Did you second? Okay. With that, I'll open up the public comment. Anyone wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I have none online, and I have no e-comments.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Andy.
We will see you again on May 19th.
Good job. It is after 10. Normally we stop to consider whether we want to go on. There's only one more item to debate. I recommend we continue on. I hope the council agrees with me. Does anybody wish to continue N3 to another meeting?
No.
Okay, so let's press on. Do you want a break before we go on?
I'm fine, but if others would like a break, we can take one.
Anybody want a break?
Let's get it done.
Okay,
Power through.
let's dive into N3. This is the strategic plan, updated strategic plan that's resulted from our strategic planning offsite.
Sorry.
How many slides, Luke?
I think we're at 10, but they'll be quick. They'll be quick. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager. So item before you tonight represents the next step in the process of evaluating the city's strategic plan for the next 12-month period. And we will go quickly through it, given the hour. But we'll go over the strategic planning process in brief, talk about some highlights from our March 31st strategic planning session, talk about the 3-year priority areas and 12-month goals that were established, and then also talk about next steps and our recommendations for the strategic plan. So strategic planning is a process that the city has utilized in different forms and functions since 1998, and recently it's involved a specialized city meeting where we meet in the second floor library conference room in sort of a more informal setting than here in the council chamber and go over important things for the city, talk about accomplishments, and move it forward. We have had it facilitated in recent years by a consultant, but this year with council's blessing, we facilitated it internally with the city manager serving as our moderator. And a couple of the highlights, we had 125 accomplishments this year, which is a pretty staggering number. And last year, I think we had broken the record with 94. So that was even more this year. So it was something to be very proud of, something we wanted to highlight there. We also performed an abbreviated SWOT analysis and set priority areas and goals. And underneath those categories, we established 70 objectives, which is up from 54, I believe, from last session. And so the priority areas have not changed, and I think that's reflective of kind of the lighter touch we took on the process this year of doing it internally.
Well, some of the wording changed.
Not on the priority areas, on the goals they did, yeah.
Okay.
So these have stayed the same, and this kind of sets the highest level of the hierarchy of how it's organized from the priority areas to the goals to the objectives. And so these 5 have remained the same, and I think reflect sort of a broad spectrum of goals across the city that we want to have memorialized in the strategic plan. And going into a little more detail, so under the priority area of economic vitality, there are a couple noted with asterisks, sorry, it's late, and those are the items that have been added or changed. So goal 1.4, enhance the city's fiscal sustainability. That's the actually the only new goal that's been added. But for example, true goal, but there are a couple future goals. Future goal 1.6 to identify efforts to enhance business retention, and future goal 1.7 was also added, which is kind of an amalgamation of some of our efforts to enhance Artesia Boulevard and PCH. But those asterisks, as we go through, represent the things that have changed and the wordings that have changed, like you mentioned, Mayor. And so priority area number 2, public safety and community well-being. A lot of this focuses on Measure FP and enhancing facilities. And then goal 2.4 was actually changed, and it used to just be enhance public safety and emergency response. And we added the community resilience piece to this as well. Priority area number 3, infrastructure and public spaces. Goal 3.1 was infrastructure was added to that. And so you'll see that the majority are the same and reflect our goals sort of continuing from the last strategic planning period. And priority area number 4 has not changed, the customer-centered service delivery. And this is basically focused on, enhancing customer service to our residents and businesses by expanding our use of digital tools and online services. And then our final priority area, number 5, community stewardship, has not changed either. And so those goals remaining there are the same and basically focused on our city, climate resilience, historic resources, and preserving our neighborhood character. And so, and from that, as I mentioned, we have 70 objectives. We won't go through all 70 objectives, but under each of these areas, there's another level of the hierarchy under the goals. We have specific objectives that we establish that we hope are measurable, achievable in what we determine to be a 12-month period for this next strategic planning phase. And so with that, once we discuss this, we just ask that you review the proposed matrix that we've included, inclusive of the priority areas and objectives, goals and objectives that we've discussed. Confirm all those, and then if we have any changes, I'm happy to wordsmith those as we go based on your feedback. But then from there, we would just ask that you approve the strategic planning matrix, and then this would serve as a guiding document for the next 12-month period. And as is our custom, monthly in the last council meeting of each month, we'll provide an update that highlights progress made towards these objectives in that previous month's period. And obviously, items that have specific council action needed are brought to you for individual consideration through this process as time goes on. So that's the end of my formal presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Luke. Just a couple of final points. The draft reflects the March 26th through March 27th timeframe. We'll probably, following adoption, we'll look to probably have our next strategic planning session in April of 2027, so it'll cover more of a May to April period. So just note that is fungible. 70 items is a lot. I'm hesitant for us to, of course, as we stated at the planning session, to really extend that list at this point. Wordsmithing, of course, if you have some fine points and fine tuning you'd like to do, certainly open to that. If there's a particular objective that doesn't cover your ultimate thinking or goal on that in that area, But just a reminder, at the end of the day, these are generally actionable items. A lot of these are reports back to you all. We have the ability to provide that feedback and then take that to the next phase, whatever that might be going forward. And a lot of the 70 objectives that you see here are natural follow-alongs to what we had previously accomplished in our prior planning sessions. So it's a natural progression from the work we have begun. We're here to answer any questions. We do appreciate you being as judicious with this inventory as possible.
Okay, well, thanks for putting this together. I did like the streamlined strategic planning process this year. We did a pretty thorough one the 2 years before. And, it seemed like we were polishing, and I thought the way we did it last time was more efficient and effective, or this time was more efficient and effective, and we actually got some good substance out of it because we weren't burnt out by the end. So overall, I think you captured, I'm sure each of the council will have their comments, but I think you captured what we discussed in the meeting overall. The only one I had concern about was the one related to, it was meant to be a follow-on to the exploring what other harbors do with their organization for how they manage the harbor. And you've termed it communication. I'm fine with sticking with that as long as you agree, because it's only a 12-month goal. We'll all be here, hopefully. That's the follow-on to that organizational analysis of the harbor. So I don't need a substantive change there, as long as we agree that's the follow-on to that.
Yeah, we understand that. Yeah.
Okay. And
I'll just say, Mayor, I think that's a fair request, and the city manager is acknowledging it. So, yeah.
Thanks. There was a point brought up earlier about EV charging stations, and I agree with that. We are light on that. I thought that had been a strategic plan before.
Well, it was, and we have tried like hell to get them installed. We've applied for multiple grants. Luke's been in charge of at least 2 grant applications. I think maybe even a third is in the works. We have a capital project set aside to fund additional EV charging stations in the facility. That will be part of your CIP. It's not substantively funded, but it would provide for some additional installations. Where we're running into trouble, candidly, is just the underlying infrastructure that needs to be provided by Edison. They're just not able to support the requests that we've made. And in some instances, one of the application cycles, I think, was with Edison directly. We made the request for the harbor area. We brought Edison officials down, and they basically said we can't provide the power.
Well, and that's where I remembered on Harbor Commission, this came up, and then turned out the infrastructure wasn't, SDE couldn't provide the power to the locations.
So we empathize with the comments that's been made. I was actually just exiting the budget input meeting with the Public Works Safety and Sustainability Commission when the gentleman came down and spoke. I heard that comment, and we continue to have it in the CIP. It will be part of our CIP. We are actually working on electric infrastructure at the yard currently. That will be a carry forward project for 26, 27. So it's a focus for us. I don't think we need to memorialize anything in the strategic plan.
Okay. I'm wondering if we can reach out. I'm sure you have, but if you don't mind, I'll re-engage
we can make another push
on what we can do with
and hopefully they're
infrastructure.
evolving in their capacity in that respect too. It's just, we're a very, as I said earlier, we're a very dense community. We're a difficult one to support electrically.
So Councilmember Obaji has a quick comment.
Tesla was able to put a supercharging station on 190th, just across the street from Redondo Beach.
Yeah, right at the Starbucks.
So how is it that the power is available there and yet not in any other part of Redondo Beach?
It just depends on the service area that you're looking at. So when we've looked at the village or we've looked at the waterfront, they aren't ready yet to deliver for us. Now,
so there are also some empty parcels SCE has right on the right of way along 190th, right? They're totally empty, not being used right now.
Right.
Could those become, charging stations, or they won't put them under power lines?
They won't put them under their transmission corridor.
Okay.
And I called them on that. They said they're all leased.
Yeah.
Well,
So we'll continue to work. I mean, we've pushed for new stations at the PAC. That was another area we explored. I think no avail. I don't know. Luke,
Yeah,
you
and
want
we
to
had
speak
an
some?
established list of sites that were of interest to council that we established a couple years ago. One of them being the library parking structure, and we actually had the electrical engineering done for that. We were kind of moving down the road there, but then that's sort of been put on hold with the possibility of losing the backlot parking possibly for Measure FP. So that's kind of something that sort of every time we make a little bit of progress, we kind of hit a bump, but we are still actively pushing. And Councilmember Obaji, you've sent a few different grant programs and charging as a service and some different things, but nothing's really fit into the city mold yet. But we do keep investigating and certainly want to bring more chargers here. We're just having issues.
If I may?
Yeah.
It's a good point and a good answer. In addition to the municipal efforts, Councilmember Obaji and I have been working over the past year plus on the private investment.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's been some development. We know that the corner of Inglewood and Artesia, at Mickey's, they're continuing to make strides with Councilmember Obaji's support. And we have been working with, informally with, Tesla Superchargers. They may have something coming. Stay tuned, no promises. But the point is we're working on the private side as well to try to generate something.
Okay, thank you.
Generate something.
Oh, touche, thank you.
Well, you know, and for folks who don't realize it, the Marine Avenue Hotel sites have a supercharged facility as well, so.
Okay, so I didn't mean for it to be that long a discussion. I just remembered when I was on Harbor Commission, it wasn't thrust. And
We've tried. I mean, we've submitted several applications. We've done a lot of site visits, and we'll keep at it.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be a strategic plan if it didn't have something to tinker around with for Artesia Boulevard. What I'd like to add to number 20, please,
Can
is...
you bring it up so we can all look at what?
Sure, it's...
No, I think Luke has it.
I have it if you want it.
Well, he's going to edit it on the...
2B. Well, I'm not going to give the exact language, but, and you can figure out how to put this, but just to give an example, do we have a lot of vacant properties on Artesia Boulevard right now? I think I've said this before. Rite Aid is empty. The old Trilab on Aviation is empty right now. You have, what else? You have Sandbox up for sale, and there are more vacancies. But so we recently met, Councilmember Barrett and I happened to meet at an event, an owner of a hotel and restaurants. And Councilmember Barrett said to him, hey, why don't you open up a restaurant on Artesia Boulevard? He said, no. Immediate response. You're like, but why? There's a compelling story here. So then I subsequently emailed him and said, look, maybe we can get coffee to talk about it, but here are the reasons why. And there are compelling reasons for why you would want to invest on Artesia Boulevard right now. And we should be reaching out to, the point is, we should be reaching out to all the restaurant owners and hoteliers in the South Bay. You know, if they're opening up restaurants in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach and South Redondo where the land is super expensive, they can open up a restaurant on Artesia Boulevard where they're going to benefit from, the first point, the robust consumers who are attending and selling out this farmer's market every week, right? Second point is we're planning on the entitlement changes for Artesia and Aviation to increase the floor area ratio, but it's not official. It hasn't been done yet. It hasn't been voted on yet. So it's not priced into the land yet. So there's significantly more development capacity that they need to be aware of. Like there's a lot of value for them to get out of acquiring leaseholds or ownership of a property in the Artesia Aviation corridor. We've eliminated the parking regulations. Like all these factors get into it. So I know that the city manager has told me that Arias is doing a study, but besides just a study on who the owners are, I think, you know, there's enough that's available right now. We just need to reach out proactively. I don't know if it's Arias, it's a member of staff, or if it's a council member group. Reach out to owners of restaurants and hoteliers in the South Bay and try to get them interested and do something on Artesia and Aviation.
Yeah, I think we can massage this a little bit to try to capture that feedback, as phrasing like with an emphasis on trying to, identify and recruit local purveyors to invest in the boulevard, something like that. And we can talk to Arias about, thinking not just regionally right now. I think as they are looking for pairing strategies, they're thinking of kind of corporate pairings and the big stuff. It might be that we need to include in their prospective inventory for recruitment are some of our local providers as well. And we can talk to them about that. And then we can try to do some self-initiating in consultation
Local,
with council.
downtown, I mean, we got a huge region here with a lot of affluent areas. Cool, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? I've got no other hands up right now.
I just want to add that, we debated this process of not bringing in the consultant for this round of going through our strategic plan. And I think it actually worked out well going through this process because, as you pointed out earlier, and Luke said in his presentation, that a lot of this was adjusting it for things that we had accomplished. So it was moving on to the next step, following up. So just, as we move forward next year, thinking about that and, whether or not we want to do it on our own versus bringing in a consultant is something, I think we're capable of doing it on our own for now.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Okay, you want to make a motion to, what are you looking for?
Motion with the proposed changes provided, sort of approve the strategic planning matrix and objectives in particular, and then we'll finalize the doc, and then next time you'll see it'll be in June when we give you our first update.
All right.
Is somebody going to make the motion?
So moved as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? I figured you were waiting there, Alex.
Waited this long, I'm going to get my money's worth. I'm sure you're tired of me, but the strategic plan is important. I didn't want to pass it up. And as I said when I spoke at the planning session in March, housing is not mentioned in this plan. It's not mentioned in the priority areas or the goals. I think that's an oversight, and housing, I believe, ties back into a lot of the priority areas and goals that are mentioned. Environmental stewardship, public safety, even economic vitality. And I know I've heard you say earlier tonight and in the past that residential development is a net negative in the budget. I don't think that's invariably the case. I think if it were, that no city could responsibly permit a home anywhere if housing couldn't pay for itself. And I hope we are successful in encouraging more business to open up here and develop here. I know we're trying very hard to get Grubhouse to put shovels in the ground. But if we can't do that, I mean, the reality is I think cities get to choose generally 2 of 3 things, which are stable city services, density limits, and no new taxes. And I expect that you will not be raising taxes. So the choice, if we cannot increase commercial revenue, is more housing or cutting services. And we have been resistant to housing for a while. And I think we are starting to see little chips at service cuts. Last year, we saw a $300-some EMS fee go into effect. We just talked earlier about cutting crossing guards. And I want to be mindful about whether we will slowly chip away at services if we cannot get commercial revenue, or if we can say, hey, more residents do enrich this community, not just through their taxes, but as customers, classmates, neighbors. Someone built my home in Redondo Beach once upon a time. Someone built all of your homes. And I think it's important that we say we want to build housing for teachers, nurses, bartenders, crossing guards, our children when they grow up. I think that's the forward-looking thing to do for Redondo Beach. So I think when we do revisit this strategic plan in the future, I really want to encourage you to consider where housing fits into that so we don't have to consider cutting services. Thank you.
Really quickly.
Yeah, so I like Mr. Feynman. I encourage you to look at Goal 2.3, which is further enhance the city's approach to addressing homelessness. Goal 35, Goal 37, pursue grant opportunities to procure permanent family housing to expand the city's supportive housing options. Administer the updated administrative plan for family supportive housing as approved. So we've got housing in here.
Okay, anyone else from the public wish to address this item? You get to complete your thought from earlier.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Actually, no, I wanted to thank you for bringing it back up during the appropriate time.
No, you
here.
made cogent points, and it matters to me.
Thank you.
So I do want to pursue that, and I think the council does as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think there is, I appreciate you mentioning that it's something that comes up often and that the team is looking at. Something I didn't get to mention earlier is that every single one of our neighbors, Hermosa, Manhattan, and Torrance, all have ongoing programs that they are working currently. So I just find it a little hard to believe that all of our avenues have been looked at in full. Just knowing that all of our neighbors are doing it. I know that they're doing it. Torrance is working with Blink and Hermosa is working with ChargePoint. I know we obviously have some charge points out here, so we have a working relationship with them. Also, Southern Edison has a program to work with municipalities, which I'm sure you're aware of as well. And then as far as the private sector goes, all of these vendors have programs to work with cities and private companies to make it work. They want the business just as much. So yeah, anyway, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? I guess you're the only two who are on staff. Anyone online?
Brad.
I'm sorry?
If I could respond slightly to what was said.
Slightly.
Short. I have referred some of the private companies to, say, the Riviera Village Association and some of the businesses there. I know when Jeff Ginsburg had control of his building at Avenue I, he was trying to put in a large number of electric vehicle chargers in that building as well. So we are working it as well on the private side. And I've some of the vendors you mentioned I've talked to.
Okay. Anyone online?
For the record, no e-comments, no Zoom participants.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to basically accept the draft as written with slight modifications as discussed. You've got those, Luke? So I'm going to call the vote. All for? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. City manager, I think this is.
Yeah, just one thing I want to cover tonight. You all touched on it in your remarks. It was really an impressive job by our public safety team this weekend. I want to personally thank, in particular, Brian Regan with the fire department and Brian Long with the police department. They were our two assigned point personnel for Beach Life safety planning and execution, and they did a tremendous job under really unique circumstances. I would like to thank Chief Springle and Chief Butler for their very proactive and responsive reaction to the crisis that we were confronted with Sunday morning. And they and the men and women of their departments did a fabulous job. I'm very pleased with their efforts. Very pleased with their communications throughout the day with me, and I'm very pleased with their communications and work with Mike Cook, our IT director, who was also a part of what was going on Sunday. There's a lot there. There'll be more to come on that, and want to thank our partner, the FBI, for their work and assistance throughout the day. It was a very intense day, but it culminated in a wonderful festival that was safe and secure to our community, and that was ultimately what was paramount to our decision-making throughout the day and the weekend. So
and I think
big shout out to them.
Did a great job too.
They did, and our partner in Beach Life and their safety team, some of whom used to be employees with the city of Redondo Beach, so we know them well. Corey King, Keith Kaufman, and their security team, who's local in the region, were great partners, and were highly responsive to, like I said, a very intense morning and afternoon.
Yeah, so I echoed that earlier. I do there was some real critical responses on social media because of the texting that went out and the delay from when we were evacuating versus when the text went out. And, I just want anybody listening or watching this later to know, I fully support the way our first responders reacted. They went to, they need to be focused on public safety, not on texts going out. And they're not going to put a detailed text out on what's going on because that helps inform any bad actor out there.
And I think that's the thing that folks need to understand. There is a lot of thought put into what is communicated, how it's communicated, and what is said, and in many cases, what isn't said. Because what you don't want to do is reward bad actors for bad behavior through recognition.
Yeah. And there were a lot of people going off of social media guesses, and you know, some of the speculation was wild. And so I just want to say, you know, we got your back. We totally agree with what went out and when it went out, and you know, we just all have to be part of calming the public down and saying there's reasons for what happened, and we want them focused on action, not texting first. So and you don't even know the situation when you're going into it, so what do you text? So I'm fully supportive and have the back of public safety. Very impressed with that response. Okay, anything else? Okay, referrals to staff. I do have 2 BRRs. I hope they're not too troublesome. Both ADA related. One is an ADA lift for the teen center, so we can potentially use the stage that's in there. And then the second is an ADA electric wheelchair that could go on the terrain in Wilderness Park. Okay, thank you. Is that too burdensome or? Okay.
I mean, these are, anything at this juncture probably isn't going to hit the first batch, but we'll get it to you.
Yeah, and I'm
you
hoping
know.
it's not a whole lot of research, just get the cost and we can see what we want to do there. Okay, Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, 1 BRR, to address the concerns that the residents had on Opal, I would like to get the costs to do the either closing southbound Irina at Torrance Boulevard, the infrastructure to do that, or the full cul-de-sac as they asked for. Not the full engineering solution, but just at least a good, strong estimate for, you know, what that cost is, so that we actually have that answer when people come to us and say, hey, I would love, you know, we want this to be closed. What's the cost differential?
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Castle.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I want to amend a BRR that I had asked for Ensenada Parquet.
Okay.
Originally it was requesting some climbing items there and shades, potentially some trees. Since we've already planted trees, I would just like to see if it's possible to put a shade structure there and how much it would be. That's it.
Where's that?
Ensenada Parquet. And then second BRR, given the events of this past weekend, I think it's highlighted a need to replace our vaporwave dog that we recently retired. If you remember Bolton, he was the one who actually, when there was the incident of a gun at RUHS, he was the dog that located the bag that the gun was in previously. And I think this weekend highlighted a need in our community for that. I'd like to get the cost for the dog, the training, and any ongoing costs for that. And are there available grants or funding from the Police and Fire Foundation that can assist us with that?
Or Homeland Security.
Any,
Yeah, or Homeland
any, yeah. That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Abaji.
All right, much more benign after that. But I'd like to get a BRR on the cost to rewrap the tiles in the Performing Arts Center lobby. There's a tile, actually just one of them. There's a tile that still has the old Redondo Beach logo.
Logo police.
Yeah, logo police on the case.
I was like, is Jane still
So,
here?
yeah.
She is.
Just put a big
That's how you
sticker
do
on it.
branding.
All right, cost to,
right.
where, just help me out, where's the tile? Is it,
And
it's
the
in-
entrance.
It's up above, yeah.
up above on the,
When you walk in.
you walk in
lobby
the
entrance.
Yeah.
I noticed that at one of your,
Events, yeah.
yeah.
Can't be.
Is that it?
That's
It's a
it.
vinyl
Okay,
wrap. It's not
Councilmember
bad.
Barrett.
I have none, thank you, Mayor.
What? Okay, with that, I will take we aren't going back to closed session. We completed everything there, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. We will, the next meeting of the city council will be an adjourned regular meeting. That's the closed session at 4:30 PM, and the regular open session will be held at 6 on May 12th, right here in City Hall. Thank you and good night.
And there's an event like during this, like